Hi, hello, hi, I'm Chris Vangelis, I'm streaming. Sorry, what is this? Who put this in here? And what are you, so I can't see the interface that you're all seeing to do this? You know, wouldn't it be cool, like, okay, you know, if we're gonna ape Twitch, fine, put functionality in. They never say anything. It's like I come on just to do my stream one time, and then, like, they didn't send me a message, and there's a little crown thing. Now everyone's, like, a number 1 and number 2. I don't even know what's going on. Anyway, hi, Aaron. Thanks for joining me again.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I don't mind this. I just... You didn't hear, during the music, me asking Aaron, why are you number 2, now number 1?
I'm like, now number 3. What the hell? I gotta start banning people out.
What? Okay.
Who got number 1?
What are you all... Are you just clicking a button?
No, it's when you... Apparently when you put a message in, it's 25 XP. But it's not kept up with it. If you buy a super chat, you get 75 XP. There's apparently things to do. What's the leaderboard? A place for fans to stand out in the community. The top 3 get special badges in live chat. It resets every stream, so you can try again. I didn't set any badges. I don't know what you... Here's my big question, and admittedly, this is a selfish one, but in my opinion, I think objectively it's the most important one. What do I get out of this?
What do I get
Nothing.
out of people grinding
Well-
XP in the?
Well, they're trying to get people to buy super chats
Oh,
or stickers or whatever.
sorry. I was like, yeah. What the? I saw this purple stuff, and I'm like, hey, I like the color purple. Hell yeah, but why are all the numbers jumping around? Anyway, just I don't know. I don't know how to turn that off. I don't know if I can. I'm gonna just ignore it. It's a funny thing that's on right now for the. So yeah, hello to Tyler Nutter, at the time the #1 chatter. Long was here at the time the #1 chatter. Axsmith starting off at #2 somehow. I don't understand how that works. Brian, Sideswipe Prime, Griff, Champion of Braves, Ali Convoy, Timu Kananen. This is gonna throw me off now. Adam Rockmore, Griff, Champion of Braves. Hello, everybody. That's the thing, right? Is you could say it's gamifying chatting, except it's doing it worse than Twitch, because Twitch at least has buttons you can spam. Like, this is just like talk. It's like, okay. Anyway.
No, they can hit the show support by giving YouTube money that you'll get 20% of, 30% of, maybe.
I can't remember. I mean, super chats and memberships do better than ads, because ads inherently are the worst way to monetize on here. Griff, I found the button while I was asking Aaron what the hell all of this is. I also like that it just shows me it in the form of XP, as though I care what XP is. Tombot, what's up? I like besides what Prime's saying, all the VTubers are follower. Like, I don't like this whole ranking my viewers thing. Yeah, it's the part where I have no idea why anything is happening going in, and nor do I seem to have a control center for it. Like, what if I click up here? Is there anything I can... No, there's no button up here about, highlight top fans or something. In the top fans menu, there's just a question mark button. So, that's going to be funny to see, because that's also baked into the VOD now forever. Because it's an OBS screen recording. Anyway, welcome to the news dive. Me and Aaron are jumping into October, because we're smashing this thing before TFCon. Aaron is on the line. Aaron, hi. We already talked about hi again. How you doing?
Hi again. Hey, what's that QR code?
That QR... Interesting.
What's that link I just put in chat?
This thing right in that link you just put there? Why, those are to Extra Life, the thing for the kids me and Aaron do every year. That one's mine. That one I assume is Aaron's. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
That's if you want to donate. Actually, I had someone donate last news dive, but I don't want to say it here where it'll get lost. I want to save it for when I do a dedicated Extra Life stream, because I haven't clicked the notification, so it's still on there on my page. But someone did throw in a $14.99 dono on my end, so thank you very much.
Nice.
Aaron, I know you got one from someone who felt bad about taunting you or something.
Yeah, I got a $5 dono from Joel Adler for the Dahar Insat grocery store drive-through.
Yeah.
Where the ranting started to build up, and I had to it had to get recompense.
Yeah. Also, Long was here mentioning, when is TFCon? That is not this coming weekend, but the weekend after. And also, yeah, the coupon code. I don't have it up because I actually haven't done the Blue Sky post yet. I was busy editing all afternoon. But it is July-julous. I'll put it in the chat. If the Toy Hacks code this month is July-julous. 2 different people asked me why it's not Jolangelus, and so I can give an easy answer. There's 2 parts. Number 1, I kind of had to come up with this code on the spot, basically. I forgot that the way that June played out is that the last, 4 or 5 days of June were over a weekend going into a long weekend over here. And July-julous has better mouthfeel than Jolangelus, because you get to do the ah on there. July. That's fun to do. And I'm the one who has to say it the most, so it's my call on the mouthfeel factor. Joel Adler, I phrased that dono as penance, and it was worth every pen. I get it. Worth every penny for the pen. You should do 2 N's on the penance. July-julous Juggler, best Ultraman character. Yeah, hell yeah. You got it. Gelatin-julous. The T is messing me up a bit. Van Julius. People are all asking about Van Julius, and I'm like, I am no Caesar. because I hopefully will not get stabbed with a knife by my best friend. But you know, who knows? Who knows how things are gonna go? But yeah,
TFCon is like 2 weeks away. So.
we got 2 weeks to find out if the Ides of March are incredibly late. we got the browser ready though. Yep, browser feature ready. And Aaron, which one were we at on here? We just finished with the Transtech one, right?
It was the Transtech one was the top of the page at the end of the last recording.
We're always fighting against like modern news that all the kids
yeah.
like.
They should know to stop, especially after they gave us pictures back.
Yeah, last
Now's
stream.
a great time to stop.
If you were not here, last stream was that was a moment in time where we crossed over so many barriers. We found what happened, we think, to a lot of the news posts. We found sudden belching of a whole bunch of news posts over again, but then pictures resurfaced, and among those pictures was, thankfully, stuff like the first time we got a good look at Transtech prototypes. Speaking of which, I see Aaron Archer, the Toy Armada with Aaron Archer, in the chat saying hello to the robot people. Aaron Archer, does this, I don't actually know if this would strike like nostalgia in your heart or just make you go like, ah, god damn it, not these again. I'm not sure how things felt with Transtech as time went on. But yeah, we looked at some detailed shots of the Starscream Transtech thing. I was like, where's the Cheetor ones? And somebody, was it Griff? Or is Griff or Ali Convoy or someone was like, that was a few months later. That's why your memory's jumping. I was like, okay. Oh yeah, and the 1-to-1 scale alternator that we found too. I don't have that pictured. Oh wait, I can just go to the alternate chat. It shouldn't be too far.
Yeah, it's still archived there.
Oh, that is farther up than I expected. Wait, did I go past it? No, where'd it go? 1-to-1 scale alternator, Chan! Doko-da!
It's up there a ways.
Damn. It's weird, 'cause I feel like I didn't really talk about it until way later. Is it before Safety before Knights of Tir Nanog? Really? Where did it go? Wait, where did it go?
No, it's disappeared. It's disapparated.
What the... hang on. I know where I could find it. Just hang on a sec. Let me... Because I reposted it. Like, I straight up... Yeah, here, I copy-pasted it into my Blue Sky timeline. So I'll just copy-paste it back into the alternate chat. To mark today. And then also, this lets me test to see if the alternate chat will open into the correct window. I said, if the alternate chat will open into the correct window... If I do this, it does not. Okay, so I have to hand drag for this setup.
All right. The Toy Armada with Aaron Archer says, they weren't mine to feel good or bad for that work was done and progress had halted before I came on, but I handled those models a few times for inspiration. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, nuts. I just found out something that's sort of a bummer. I can't...
Oh, yeah, oh.
Oh, you go ahead.
I was going to say, the gentleman that passed, passed today, or his news is going around today?
Oh, Jim Shooter?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jim Shooter, the I was gonna say the penman. What a weird thing to say. The writer of, if I recall correctly, the original like 8-page pitch for the Transformers itself. I'm so jealous, Aaron Archer. I want to touch a Transtech toy. It sounds like they all like got like Final Destinationed off the face of the planet. But yeah, here we go. Here is the 1-to-1 scale alternator. Aaron Archer, did you ever see this? Someone made themselves just a real life alternator. It looks like it needs a crane to transform. That's fair. You know, the people were making these, and yet that final family related Takara CEO was still like, no, but I want Koro Q in real life. He could have been doing this with cranes! Hasbro gave the models back to Takara. Scorp, hello! The bigger bummer to me about Jim Shooter is just that, it was, if I recall correctly, he was 73 and was lost to an esophageal cancer, which is, like, one of the many ways that I would say, like, there's not many ways that it's fair, but it's one of the many ways where I'd be like, well, that's not very fair.
Yeah. Decently long life, thankfully, but also, like, hearing stories from, like, old voice actors talking about how, like, those rooms were just smoke-filled because everybody smoked a pack a day or 2 or 12 because it's what you did.
Well, that was, like, that was the final generation before anyone was able to be given any, like, mass media warning that, hey, maybe don't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, Gen X kind of got halfway screwed over still, but... yeah, that's life-size alternator smoke screen, or Binaltech smoke screen. But here we go. Let's kick it off. This thing came out. PSA, don't smoke. Yeah, they... please, if possible. But yeah, somebody bought it. And this is part of the joy of the images coming back. We were going over this. Is now, instead of going like, what was that, the burgundy Starscream? Now there's actually just a picture that we can look at. This is a bold new era for the news dive. Where we have at least, we still don't have, like, galleries attached, but we have at least the top picture is carrying through now. Look, USA Edition Alternators Prowl. What's that? It's the police one, because they had the blue one, if I remember right. I can't remember now. It says Satellite Patrol instead of Highway Patrol. That's cute. Is the receipt to prove it isn't stolen toys? The receipt, I think, was because people wanted the SKU back then.
Yeah, it was a lot more about the SKU and to prove that it was like, hey, because that receipt would say, if it was good enough, here, let me open it up on my side. You might just be able to read, like, Dearborn. Is that Dearborn, Michigan? Yeah.
It's pretty
So
chunky.
Dearborn, Michigan, Toys R Us. It's, an idea that it's actually a thing. And then, yeah, you'd be able to, if the photo was better, if whatever, you could call up your Toys R Us and be like, hey, is toy number 6512794327212 in stock?
And they'd be like,
it's not? Okay,
damn it.
Okay.
Damn it. No. Damn it.
Do you know when it's going to be in stock?
No.
Is it coming on the truck?
I want to go home.
Is it in the back room? Could you go look
I have
in the
a
back room and see if
degree!
it's on the truck? Because I need my toy.
That's how most of those phone calls would go. Good way to dox yourself. This was the 2000s. This was like, we are entering the mid-2000s. We are just starting to exit the realm of the gig board. I think this was around about when it was kind of...
I was going to say, we're just past the gig board, man.
Yeah, this is a good way to dox yourself.
That's putting, I'm a 14-year-old girl, here's my home address. Please, I want to do anything to be in your band.
This is when, like, people were starting to watch, like, To Catch a Predator on TV and going like... Oh! Aaron Arch says, I remember people showed the receipt to show an item shipped or first to see in the wild. Yeah, I think there was that too. It definitely, I think that proving it wasn't a stolen toy was definitely at, like, the bottom barrel, because in this era, as we saw over the last few streams, all the stolen toys were just going up on eBay. Most of them were loose. Sometimes they had packaging, but you'd know, like, because there was, like, what, 1 or 2 copies on eBay?
Yeah.
Also, by the way, Don Figueroa cover for Transformers #1. It's a variant cover. I vaguely remember this one, because this was what? This is, like, vaguely based on Fantastic Four? #1, like the big green thing coming out of the ground.
That's Devastator.
Yeah, I know, but the poses.
Oh, maybe. There were, I remember, no, was it? I think IDW also had the same kind of thing that Dreamwave did in its very beginning of, like, 30 different variant covers for if you bought 200 comics or 400 comics or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Also, the very rare Grimlock ass shot. We don't get lots of those.
Mm-hmm.
So enjoy the view, because I'm about to click back.
Aaron Archer says yes. Kirby cover to FF1.
Yeah, because it's the Mole Man monster thing that you always think went on to become a major character in Marvel Comics, but like didn't. It's just the Mole Man monster. Shout out to Devastator always being out of scale. That's his power. That's his greatest power. His scale is the plot. Astro Train is at Hasbro Toy Shop. This was a big thing in the last stream over the course of those months. The black and white Astro Train coming out stateside. Priced it at a beefy $24.99 for this reissue. Oh. Oh boy. I mean, this is, I guess, I can't complain too much because, like, now the thing is when reissues happen, they go straight to Walmart, who sometimes randomly just rollbacks them within 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe I should not make all those noises. The monster's
I think
name
it was
Giganto. Okay.
I think it was the cab-only Optimus Prime never showed up. Locally, never showed up, never showed up, never showed up, and then showed up just in the clearance aisle. And it was like half price. And I was like, man, if I didn't already have this cab 8 other times, maybe, but maybe some kid will get it and go, why is this toy so bad compared to all my other Transformers? And then
you smack that kid because it's like, this is a perfectly good Diaclone toy with elbows. Don't clip me saying then you smack that kid, because you don't have the dexterity to clip just that part with YouTube's clipping system, which, by the way, is a system that exists. Click the 3 dots if you don't see the scissors that say clip. We like clipping, because I can see what you clip, but also that
maybe that'll get people XP, and then whoever goes and clips stuff will end up on top of the leaderboard and not this. Whoever most recently got first place is now in first place.
I would support that, though. If clipping added to the leaderboard, then hell yeah, because
there's now
fun.
13 people with 75 experience points, but only 3 people are number 1.
Because this is just like who said stuff. And all this does is encourage people to say things over several lines, which is fine if it happens naturally, but now people are going to be like, oh, I had to... Splamo. That's a good post from M-Cypher. Hello. Logos here full of pasta. We've got inside Alternators Trax' new packaging. So I remember this was a whole thing where when the new bubbles came out, it's like, how does it work? And so Maz was like, here, I'll knife the bottom open.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because I remember there being potential discourse. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call from Spam Risk. Should I answer? No, I probably won't answer that. I do remember a couple of people being like, well, but where are they even putting the instructions? Are they even going to give them any more? And it's like, yes, of course they're going to provide instructions, you dolt. Like, even on the most basic thing, they're still providing instructions. So, yeah, they'll figure out a way to make a tiny short cardboard
I forgot
box.
about that discourse. Because, yeah, I was like, that's so slim on the bottom. How can they fit paper in there? Yeah. 2005 people were babies. Look, car enthusiasts in 2003 thought that alternators had to be stripped apart and rebuilt to turn into robots because they only saw the 2 photos and went like, well, that's physically impossible. We were a different kind. But in 2007, people for at least a month, thought that Transformers Animated Deluxes and such would not be able to transform, and they thought, well, now they're going to sell us more toys that don't do anything, because that Prowl can't turn into that motorcycle, obviously, so they're selling us an action figure and a vehicle. Ridiculous! Transformers is over! So, you know, the 2000s, we've been through it in the 2000s. But yeah, here's your proof that there is an instruction sheet in the bottom of the cardboard micro box. This was more interesting to me because it showed how the bubble was fastened on, because I remember I assumed it was going to be like a bubble card bubble that you just like rip off the top.
Like the heat impression,
Yeah, so this showed it was actually 4 tabs taped in, which was cooler, because that meant that you could actually like lift it and put it back down. Adam Bilmu with the super chat. What is Tarnation is his crown nonsense unless it's King of the Ring 05? Yeah, welcome. Now you're number 1 forever, probably.
Yeah.
Enjoy your crown. You can rip off any bubble if you're determinative. Yeah, Ali Convoy. Back then, I was but a babe, and I did not consider notions of strength. I was like, pay to win. Yes. No, sorry, Adam Bill. No refunds.
Yeah, no, you're stuck with it.
Well, welcome to. Let's go take a look at the XP listings. Yep.
it's that or I ban you.
Hang on.
Bilmu, so like that's your choice.
I gotta show the I gotta show the XP differential here. I don't know if y'all can see the XP.
We can, but it only goes to like number 5 at the top of the thing right
Adam
now.
Bilmu. Okay, so everyone else 75 XP. Adam Bilmu 525 XP. That's ridiculous. One super chat, you just shoot up 500 points of chatting power. Joel Adler, why am I in 5th? I don't know! This was here when we got here today. Yeah, did it cap you at 75 if you don't super chat? That's ridiculous. Anyway, can you box shred a HasLab? If someone can give me one, I'll punch through that box like nobody's business. Anyway, we need to somehow...
For once, Spam Risk actually left a voicemail. And it's letting me know that I have been getting a discount inappropriately from Comcast Xfinity, and if I don't call them back, there may be punishments.
Oh, no. And they called you at nearly 7:30 in the evening. That's prime business hours.
And the funny thing is I don't have Comcast, so...
That's even worse.
That's even funnier,
you'll
yeah.
be in more trouble then.
Guess I'm not making it to TFCon. They're going to have me in jail because I got a discount.
Aaron's going to...
on a service I don't have.
Aaron's going to ethic prison. Anyway, new Transformers Cybertron game on CartoonNetwork.com. I wonder if this is buried in one of those, like, Flash arcades now. You know, like, they're not actually Flash, but people tried to, like, rip out every single Flash thing for the sake of lost media. Ali Convoy, you know what you can watch on Comcast? Transformers Cybertron. Honda Japan Binaltech fighting game. What? I don't remember this at all.
I don't either.
I don't recognize that Decepticharge art either, because it has the wrong head, for one. This is hella weird. M-Cypher, the sumo game. Okay, so you remember... Is there any footage of this game, or did someone manage to rip this game out of the website? 'Cause right now, this is all we got. Prowl and an approximation of Decepticharge once we're going to have a fight. Or sorry, Camshaft. I forgot. We have Camshaft over here. There's one pic on the wiki. Oh. Hey, Lost Media Historians, we got a new quest for you. It's gonna move some stuff around here for a sec. Oh, okay, we got... What if I... Can I drag this into this? Okay, there's the Fantastic Four cover. Thank you, Ali Convoy. Oh, wait, someone's got it on... Logos founded on archive.org. Hello. Let me... drag this in here.
Yeah, I tried the Honda page directly because I thought that nominally this stuff didn't get archived. But yeah, that's the ruffle loading thing that I think they use for old Flash stuff. Please select a car. Okay.
S2000.
Oh, and it's bad audio too.
Excuse me?
Blap, blap, blap.
Oh no, I lost!
Go!
I get you, you goddamn... You're dead, you're dead, you're dead to me! That's... You cheated! Okay, hang on.
Go!
It's incredibly loud on my side.
This game doesn't work.
Yeah. You gotta like spam that button. I managed to win once, and you have to like spam clicks.
I was at the top level. It was a tie, and they made him get. They ate all my money. I need more. Mom, I need more tokens! Mom! Well, anyway, that works. That's cool. Let's pop that into the chat for anyone else who wants to play with that later. Alright, Lost Media Fears abated. Thank you, archive.org. Long was here. We do this for 3 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, thankfully we found absolutely no tangents, then me just like, no, I have to win. I have to win this stupid
Here for
game.
3 hours, Vangelis wins twice.
What's up, Adamus Prime? Galaxy Force and Cybertron Episode 1 animation comparison. This will be lost to time, I think. The upside, by the way, of the thumbnails appearing again means we're getting ever so closer to actually linking to old discussion threads. And I'm very excited about that.
I think towards the end of 2005 is when the old discussion threads are potentially going to be there.
Oh.
Because there are some threads from that time frame still on TFW.
2006 is going to be a ride. I need to really, like... I need to really tap into my improv training of embracing failure and having a good time to deal with the fact, and Aaron, you're going to need to do this too. Once we can see old threads, we're going to see our old selves posting in the 2000s.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
No, wait, I still have super mod powers. I can just go delete all of our old posts.
You're going to get
There'll never be proof that we were there.
You're going to get the weirdest private message from Optimus fan. He's going to be like, Aaron, you okay?
Look, I'm planning on crossing a border here soon. I need to expunge any social media records that I can, so I don't get politics not on the boards.
I don't think you can. I think you'd have to do it post by post too, like post by post for 19 years, just hand selecting. Anyway, so we can't see the thread for this, but this is about the animation differences between Episode 1 of Galaxy Force and Cybertron. Like, for instance, this cursed-looking Optimus Prime. Let me inflate that for you all. It's just real messed up looking. Don't want to look like that.
Image in alternate chat.
Oh, thank you, Ali Convoy. I don't have to inflate things anymore. This is a full-on image. I'm sure this must have been on the wiki or
Ooh, that second comparison is rough.
No, yeah, that Optimus model, when you don't put the colors in the right spots, he just looks super messed up. He looks super weird, messed up. Interesting though that like the unfinished one is the one that got the force chips, as opposed to the dots.
Yeah.
Oh no, Sideswipe Prime, he has the faceplate, but as you can see here, like this is easiest to see on this close-up, they colored his mouth the same color as the faceplate, which somehow makes it look worse. Yeah, somehow it's weirder. Because then you're like, well, what's the faceplate for? I don't know why that's the question I ask when it's simply a case of, like, you know, your flesh face not like being the same color as your faceplate face. But
yeah, it's even on that top one, like the side look. It looks more like he's wearing an awkward helmet.
Yeah.
Like it's a not Optimus Prime wearing an awkward helmet rather than.
I just noticed his hands are gray too. That looks way weirder.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It makes him look more naked. Like, in general. Oh, no, look at the torso! That's why. Because he's straight up isn't... He's missing tons of color. Yeah, he just looks naked.
He's not got his underpants on.
Nude Prime. Took his gloves off like Sonic. Ew! Alright, well, thanks for grabbing us that image. Ali Convoy, always helpful during... the streams, and many folks, including, as always, like, many folks are now helping out with the time codes after we finish these for the VODs, and VikaValory is still, like, swooping in. I think they mentioned, like, just that they're not here live, and that's just when they watch them is VOD time, and they're just writing stuff down. But, no, that stuff is all very helpful. Because that means people who are watching the VODs are not just faced with, like, last time, we went for, like, 5 hours or something? People are not like staring down the barrel of that as much. Oh, more Transtech goodies. The Megatron style study board. I don't remember oh, wait. Remember, the figure pictured is in no way, shape, or form representative of what Megatron would have looked like. The pics there are simply stand-ins. To clarify, the figure is not Megatron. Okay, that explains it. Because I was like, I don't remember this.
So they're pictures of Megatron to clarify that they're not Megatron?
I think, well, it's a style study board, so it's kind of like, I was gonna say a wish board. That's not
this is the feel that we want.
Yeah,
things.
It's like, it's when it's like, it's not scrapbooking, but it's like a manifestation board kind of thing. Like, we want bits of this, some of this in there.
Here's an alternachat archive.org.
Oh, goody. Oh wait. Now I have this extra tab open. I can just throw alternachat things into.
And it's that image, and then another. Looks like bits copy pasted, rotated around to make.
I remember this now because that's just a Gundam.
Yeah.
Two-mode transformation.
Right-hand corner. Supposed to have electronic sound, light, and color change, aiming for a $10.99 price point, apparently.
$10 and oh, I see. Wow, because that's really funny with this picture of a gigantic Gundam.
Yeah,
$10. I did not know, Bill Moo. I did not sneeze on the screen. We are simply faced with old internet. It's just the one photo, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Gorge. This is censored Gorge. I also like we're in the. This is something else that was happening in the last, I think, 2 streams. We're getting more and more looks at like other old message boards and like what they had posted as well as ours. It's just fun. Like there's very subtle little tinges of the 2000s in some of the message board postings. $10 with lights and sounds. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was a little hopeful. This is what Mario will look like in the future. Here's a shot of the Dengeki Hobby exclusive, magazine exclusive Black Lio convoy, I assume from Robot Masters. All Nemesis-y. Here's that ST Transformers contest winner, the Ultra Magnus. The runners-up were Shockwave Jazz Cosmos Red Alert, Altert, by Mike Doherty, Dirk Vrijdag, Herman Lau, and Chad William Porter. But Shu Wei was the winner. And I remember there was a whole thing about this getting turned into the physical. Maybe that will manifest more over the course of this. Oh, Griff is finding some of the. Oh wait, what is this? Yeah, this is some more behind the toys stuff about Transtech Megatron, I'm guessing. Check out my purple tab. There we go. And I'll just throw the other ones in here for funsies.
Man, it'd be neat if any of the H tanks that we've gotten recently could do that, like up on the tippy toes thing.
Yeah, the standy thing. I think one has, but I just have a memory. I mean, no, maybe I'm just thinking of animated Shockwave. Yeah, it's Long Arm Prime.
Yeah, Long Arm Prime.
Immorticon taking Bone Crusher's onesie gimmick. This stuff is fun. I like these sort of like. I was gonna say vector style. It's just because of the the thin line, large blank area look. Also, I really like the way that like you can see the Beast Machine's Megatron control helmet in the front.
Yeah,
that's a cool motif. Yeah, a lot of Revenge of the Fallen vibe. You know, Aaron, we were talking about this last stream. This kind of stuff, I don't know where this falls rights-wise, although unless something is really weird, I would assume it's the general, like, you drew it for Transformers, so it's ours. But it would be neat to see some of this Transtech stuff fall into like concept series.
Yeah, somebody like Mr. Archer would probably be the more definitive person, but I believe it's the classic thing. Like, since you did that, most likely since you did that work for a company, that is the company's, like, those images are Takara or Hasbro's, whoever paid for that. I see the stamp on the one there. That's probably whoever the artist was.
Oh, yeah.
The Hunko? Is that the name of the, like, hey, this is my legal signature stamp?
I am not sure.
Like in Japan, the stamp that you have to have for any, like, documentation.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Rent an apartment.
I don't remember the word for it.
Yeah. So, like, those are probably Takara Tomies or Hasbro's or whoever's at this point.
Yeah.
Legally, however, so long as they're not making something that's exactly that, they can always say, "Hey, inspired by blah 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 blah."
I also
Griff's saying Fun Pub used some Transtech designs in their comics.
Yeah.
So at a certain point, like, well, it also becomes, hey, who owns that stuff? Does Hasbro own it because it was a licensed thing that they allowed Fun Pub to do? Does Fun Pub own it because
that info exists somewhere? Because there was a sign off sort of inherent to that work.
That gets into legal minutiae that my design engineer brain's like, that for somebody else to handle.
Someone else do this. I was just gonna say, multiple people. Cypher was just pointing out, for example, like, you know, the head in the front of the tank. That is Revenge of the Fallen Megatron, absolutely. So I do want to acknowledge that, like, obviously, like, concepts of this toy did manifest going forward, but just that specific Transtech look, that very, like, you know, it's somewhere between Beast Machines and live action movie is how I would now parse it to a degree, just detail wise and shape wise.
Yeah.
I would love to see that in concept series. If you know, a lull happens and also there are resources to still make new toys at the same time.
Except for it won't be $10 with lights and sounds and color changing.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if they did that part for me.
So what's the point?
Also, yeah, here was a color version someone just shared in the alternate chat. He was
that's the one I remember. Yeah, the Draxel jump, which I think is something that I saw as I was getting back to this page from our last one. So
yeah, I mean, obviously this stuff floats around a
whoever
lot.
Michael Chase, he'd probably be one to know.
I think that's an R. It's weird.
Michael C. Hare.
Oh,
maybe?
Michael C. Hare makes way more sense. Yeah.
Michael O'Hare.
The kerning is so weird on that. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe
O'Hare.
the apostrophe's gone.
O'Hare.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird kerning plus subpar scanning.
By the way, this is why me and Aaron are the News Dive team. We're the ones who will look at the kerning and go like, "Wait a second, there's an apostrophe there."
Enhance.
And everyone else in the room is like, "Who cares?" And it's like, listen. You can't have kerning like this and not to be mistaken for Michael O'Hare of Babylon 5. That would be a very strange crossing of wires. More questions answered by Vector Prime. We did in a stream 2 streams ago go through, I think, everything Vector Prime ever answered on the Cybertron website.
We scanned through the big list because at the end the Cybertron website had probably 200 questions or something crazy.
Yeah.
Including from when's it gonna be on the TV next to, like, how big are your poops and everything in between.
Tell us about your colon. So yeah, I'm gonna probably just glaze past the Vector Prime things now that statues seem to be dying off. New episodes.
We gotta have something that we skip for boredom.
New episodes up on Hasbro Action. I don't remember what that was. IDW February 2006.
Posting videos.
Probably, yeah. So what was this? This was the cover from February 2006. This is when we're still waiting to find out what on earth infiltration is. Oh, here we go. There's more Transtech Megatron art was popping up. So yeah, we flipped through some of that. Stuff is showing up in Canada. Repro Labels update. Generation 1 upgrade set number 3. These are so neat. This is like the next burgeoning start of repro labels.
Yeah. So this is the third upgrade set. So not just stickers to replace what you had, but headlights, windows, bumpers.
The rear on Octane is actually doing some work on that toy.
Yeah,
like that's kind of cool. Oh, it's like full wraparounds or how the wheels are not usually that purple, right? That looks sticker enhanced. Maybe I'm misremembering.
No, I think they were I could swear that they were purple. No, I think it's the like license plate tail light. Sticker.
Yeah.
Taillights, grill, window, and bumpers. It didn't come with the original toy. Also includes stickers to give your Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Cliffjumper a cartoon accurate look to them.
Hey.
So some little filler bits.
Oh, I'm zooming.
Back when I think those early ones were like the super thin foil stickers.
Because they had just sort of... This is when they are just figuring out how to pre-cut all the stickers going forward. New clear pics of Star Wars. Yeah, it's okay. This is when they were still very new. Unreleased so far. Yeah, it's just easynet.china@hotmail.com. So yeah, this was us going like, dang, Star Wars and Transformers. And I still stand up for elements of this Darth Vader. The cape out of one of the wings I think is still really freaking cool. It's a shame that the other wing just is a shield, but c'est la vie.
Shields in Star Wars would come back around with TR8R or whatever.
Yeah, Traitor Hater.
The Traitor, yeah.
Look, it's Optimus Prime. This is funny to see now because like it's after this that the RX-78 is Optimus Prime bit started. So what? Like, dang, that's a friggin' Xeon suit. Unbelievable. Those are actually solar. Sorry. My apologies. Those are solar panels. Get this goof over here. I do like that they carried through on this truck shape though, and maybe this. Well, no, I mean Laser Prime existed, but this feels like maybe this put a bug in somebody's ear about like what could we do for the movie Prime to accommodate things.
Maybe you got to remember that this is like a post Beast machine.
This is like 2000.
Movie, so that's still. Yeah, this would be 99 or 2000.
Actually, I'm just noticing this. I think this truck was bent a whole lot in Photoshop. Now that I'm looking at the hood more.
I don't know, because there are occasionally like the concept shows that'll have like weird ideas of what it might look like in order to be better. I think that's where the Tesla truck. Not the Cybertruck, but the like Tesla semi truck has some of that styling now. That's just like center seat for the driver because
you want to be like a mech pilot for your truck. It's still a truck. New Ramble drone repaint. It looks like Cody Ramble, but has a number of differences and is said to be for quote an exclusive. I don't remember this at all. If this is not Cody Ramble. I'm having vague memories that like there was a sort of hemming and hawing of are we going to get Cody Ramble or not? Yeah, because Ali Convoy's got the Cody Ramble thing. This thing's like hell of different. This is biblically accurate Cody Ramble. That does not exist. Okay, that answers my question. Maybe it was just a test shot then. They could have been a misreported test.
That's kind of what it looks like to me. Looking at colors, although it's odd that it has the paint apps on the legs and arms.
Yeah.
If it was anything more than because when it's just the random colors test shot, like with the Cody Ramble to this, the color, the white, and the red, the blue, and the trans yellow green.
Yeah.
Lined up with what like Kobe is got there, so but also maybe it looks like it has a different head, or is it just the face plate is unpainted?
I think that might just be the normal head because Kobe's had this special Autobot head on it.
Okay, that's right. Yeah.
Also, we had a couple other interesting shots in here. This was apparently Hasbro Action. I never went on here. I don't think this worked in Canada. And then there was one more Transtech thing. This is important because this is me, I think. Unless it's not. Yeah, this is me. So here's me, Transtech Shockwave. I am the canon voice actor of Transtech Shockwave. As you can see, there's me turning into a gun with wheels on it. Which, in hindsight, why hasn't Shockwave done this since then? Because that's another way to just have a gun shape that isn't a gun. Sorry, blaster.
Yeah. Yeah.
I kind of... Did this... I feel like this never really manifested again. Like, something like the forearms and everything. Yeah, I guess in Fall of Cybertron he kind of did that, but then he didn't... No, but he didn't have any wheels. The spirit of it was lost. Can I still split my arms like that? It takes me... I have to spend about a week training, but then I can pop it out.
And then only once.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to learn the new method. In the Hellraiser remake for Hulu, one of the Cenobites that I have a crush on is able to split their arms open into forearms. And originally their whole body was going to split open to form a weird meat temple with their head floating on the top. But that part they weren't able to pull off, so they just had the arms split open. Sorry, Land Submarine. Thank you, Stardust Magician. Also, this color scheme kicks ass. Like going for lime green and purple on Shockwave. Mm-hmm. I would have liked to see any physical manifestation of this. This is such a weird design. I would have had fun seeing this.
Well, next actual Hasbro Transformers live stream, we need to
have
everybody
all these freaking
spamming nonsense about do Transtech as here's stuff that got leaked out in 2005. It's 20 years later after that. Come on. Can we get cowards? You're cowards. You're all cowards, aren't you?
Can we get all the chatter meatheads at the Hasbro streams to like do something useful for once? Probably not. They won't listen. We got some Q&A here, Aaron, about the upcoming Transformers movie.
Okay.
Apparently there was a video interview with Orci Kurtzman. Does that still exist?
IESB.net, Sony 2005. What? Nope. Register.com. Nope. Let's get away from that.
Okay, never mind. I'll just read the excerpt here. So
Megatron, tanker gun.
We are handling everything like a Supreme Court. Wow. Like a Supreme Court.
Timely.
Oh boy, that doesn't age. We are taking everything in from the fans and taking it under judicial review, treating every decision like it's law. I don't know how we can do it without making Megatron a tank. That's probably where we're going to end up. That is, in fact, not where you ended up for your first one.
So are you thinking Generation 1, Generation 2, mixture of both, because it's the only way that you could do Transformers? There's no other possible way to do Transformers?
A mixture, actually. There will be a lot of G1. That's for you, Sideswipe Prime. But also some new characters that people have never seen before.
So there will be new characters?
Yes. I mean, I guess there technically were.
Yeah. Michael Bay is still attached. Like, he was just recently attached to it, so okay. How much influence is he having?
A lot. It's a really great group. Everyone loves the franchise, loves the universe. We want to make a great movie.
Yeah. Again, not to make commentary, but I still want to see one of these interviews. Like, so you guys want to make a great movie, huh? No, fuck that shit. No,
we are so hyped to
we're just here for the paycheck. Once it's done, y'all can go to hell.
We hate you, specifically, and you, interviewer. We hate you for wasting our afternoon. I could be out having a slice of pizza right now. I'd actually see that movie. That would be a ballsy move. I'd go watch that movie.
Don Murphy wants the original voiceover actors. Is that something you guys have in mind?
Voiceover actors.
Yeah, that's why I stutter stepped on it. Like,
we've been writing.
So you want the same human English people that use words from their mouth, correct?
we've been writing it with them in mind because since we were fans, that's the voices we have in our heads. I think it's ultimately going to be up to Michael. It's not up to Michael, though. It's there's a whole process of name, actor, and anyway.
Will we see the homeworld? Parentheses. Cybertron?
We are talking about that. We would love to do that.
How is the script coming along?
Horrible. I hate my job. I hate this movie. I hate this no, it's actually going really well.
So when will you think Michael Bay is going to start doing this thing?
I don't know. Why are you asking the writers? We are working with Michael very closely right now on the movie, and so far everyone is really happy with what we're doing, so knock on wood. Hey, you! Screenwriters! Chop chop! Where's the production? Where's it moving? When are you gonna start? The movie! Start the movie! Casting is an entire department. Yeah. I mean, in the aughts even, I think we kind of knew. It's like, no, I don't think that's actually just the director's call. Like, what the voice actors are going to be.
Yeah.
yeah.
And even further, the writers pointing at the directors for everything else. Because, yeah, the writers aren't going to be like, no, I imagine Optimus Prime is like a Homer Simpson-style voice. Just, you know, dumb as can be, fat.
Hey, I'm Cypher. Hey, screenwriter, who's catering this thing? Talk word, boy. Chop, chop, yes. I'm hungry. Ali Convoy, by the way, found on tfarchive.com. Actually, here's a whole, just for y'all, I'll paste it in the chat if you want to peruse it. Here's a whole pile of Transtech. I mean, people have been looking at this stuff for 2 decades now, technically, but I think that we look away from it just often enough that it always ends up feeling a bit fresh every time it comes up.
The very Gorilla EE Optimus Primal for the monkey truck.
I love the monkey truck. Oh, that thing makes me happy.
That was both of the streams coming together of Truck Not Monkey and Monkey Not Truck.
Yeah. Oh, the monkey truck is a classic. Also, on the Shockwave picture too, the name font. That's something that's lost to time. We got to bring that kind of fonting back. Just the damn, this is extreme kind of stuff. Like, where'd that go? Probably rightfully out of the culture, but there's always room for it to come back.
Look, I saw that. What is it? Papyrus made a return on a logo or something recently, so maybe this can come back around too.
If Papyrus can come back, we can shoot interviews for pop culture things with the camera at a 45-degree angle, lying on the floor, like on all those pack-in PlayStation discs in the magazine. Whenever they talk to game devs. I forgot iMac technology on the freaking top paragraph here at the end.
Yeah.
It's just translucent plastic. It's irrelevant to the Mac. I mean, maybe it's not. I'm just sort of talking out of my butt there.
Well, that's if you remember those old iMacs. That was like the plastic color wrapped around the monitor.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it was all still CRTs.
Oh, and this is the Draxel jump link that this is pretty much what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's not like Apple like invented the concept of clear translucent tinted plastic, like, unless they did. If someone knows, I'll acquiesce. But
they popularized all that design,
true,
which I guess would be the when you're having to put one of those boards together for C-suites. Maybe you make it dumb. Yeah, Apple that came up with that technology of translucent plastic,
like the iMacs.
Yeah, we could do it like the iMacs.
Here's the first
wave. Tim Apple.
First wave of this legendary Star Wars Transformers toy line. The Jedi Starfighter, legendarily, had totally busted shoulder joints because they were ball socketed, but then for some reason, someone shot a pin through the ball socket joint, locking it in place in one axis. And I remember there was a whole thing about like knocking that. That's where I first learned about knocking pins out. I failed to do so actually because I didn't know how. But it was like, yeah, if you simply can, use a soldering iron to heat the pin and then knock it out, you get full ball joint shoulders again. In hindsight, that seems like maybe a factory floor manager ass move of like, hey, this isn't stable enough, knock a pin through the thing. But I'm just guessing now. Let's see, Blaster reissue. logos actually. Yeah, you got the full-on shot. So yeah, pre-order for TFC number 21 coming in at a big beefy price of $37.50 US. Whoa, spicy.
Yeah.
And it was the book style reissue with Steeljaw of Blaster, who barely fits in the book, as you can see.
Yeah.
He's struggling because that toy is actually gigantic.
Yeah, because the original one actually had an old AM radio.
Yeah. Whatever.
The not a Transformer release, but had space in there for an old transistor radio style AM.
Joel Adler, to be honest, I just don't know. I don't know if automatic center punches were easily accessible in the 2000s. I can't see why they wouldn't be. But I just never heard of one until like the 2010s. And back then in Transformers and toy customizing, it was kind of just whoever said a thing first. It's like with floor polish. Perfect example. Floor polish, not actually the best choice. It simply is one that worked. And it's something that a bunch of people did at the same time. And so we're just like, well, I don't know what else to use, so floor polish. It's like how in customizing there was a whole era of like RIT dyeing instead of painting to color your costumes.
Oh God, yeah. Man, the number of customs that'd be at shows or on boards when it was like, I took it all apart and then had to figure out which dye to use to get the plastic up because otherwise people were thinking like, well, you get a bucket of house paint and then you dip it in the bucket of house paint and that's how you paint.
Yeah, and Ali Conrad, nothing wrong with floor polish because it works. It's just inefficient, and because floor polish changes its branding constantly because it doesn't care, because you're supposed to empty the whole thing on the floor when you buy the bottle. I am a big proponent of using gloss varnish instead, like a hobby grade gloss varnish from mini painting, because this is like $2 or $3, and it's a dropper bottle. And it just makes more sense than buying like a giant thing of floor polish, pouring it into a bottle cap, dunking stuff, or whatever. Like, it's just I never thought of it. But so there's nothing physically wrong with floor polish. It's just that like for nowadays, right? Someone's like, hey, where can I get the right floor polish? It's kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah. And again, especially because like if you're otherwise don't have a reason to have polished floors, now you have a liter bottle or so of floor polish with nothing to do with it other than like getting a dropper bottles out every 3 months.
Tonbot, if someone at a tabletop store didn't know what gloss varnish is, then they should be like shaken very hard and asked if they remember where they're working. Yeah, it's Vallejo. Vallejo gloss varnish.
Tonbot, you'd want to be looking for a place that has like Warhammer 40K or Warhammer Age of Sigmar. A place that has like the big paint display with brushes and everything, like it's a hobby shop like that. Because if it's just, there are some places out there that'll just do TCGs and maybe board games, but don't want to cotton with none of those.
Like if it's a tabletop store that's like very just Games Workshop, then you might have to say like, because theirs gloss has a stupid name.
because they want every name that they have to be able to be copyrighted. That's why it might be called all their.
It might be called Purity Seal.
Oh God, you're gonna make me look it up now.
And I don't think it's in a dropper bottle. I think it's either in spray cans or one of the silly little paint.
Technical Ard Coat or Technical
that's it.
Storm Shield.
It's Ard Coat. It's Technical Ard Coat. Yeah,
because it's the Orcs' way of saying it.
I forgot about that. No.
Vallejo and Warpaint both just have bottles that are dropper bottles that are called gloss varnish. Looks like it's like $4 on Amazon.
Purity Seal is it's a wax seal the Space Marines put on their stuff to get the machine ghosts out. It's not a thing about any kind of, it's not a race thing. Me, the Games Workshop, average Games Workshop defender. It's not a race thing. It's just we hate Xenos. Aliens. Sorry to get back to the point. It's top coat. By the way, Omander was saying top coat. If they don't get it, like it's the gloss one. Mainly, I suggest because gloss top coat or varnish cures more solidly than like matte or semi-matte. Because matte coat is usually just acrylic paint without a pigment in it. From a lot of providers, and semi-gloss is a mixture of matte and gloss to a certain semi-gloss finish. So the thing that subs in place of floor polish is gloss varnish, and like no one should feel none of y'all should feel bad about not like knowing it. It's like a thing that clicked with me when I was messing with different top coats back in like 2020. And
again, it's a thing where you have to have the right amount of intersections for this to be a thing to go, oh, this is the best selection, versus somebody that was working with their floor and polishing the floor and going, hey, this makes it kind of tacky.
I like Griff saying you know a lot about purity seals. Aaron, I'm getting canceled. Help me.
I mean, it was due.
I know. This is like something a youth pastor would say. So someone was asking way back at this. This is all setting up for someone to say, why the hell were people saying to use a soldering iron to knock pins out? So, the knowledge back in the mid-2000s was, well, simply, if you use a soldering iron and simply make sure to only touch the pin and absolutely never touch the plastic around it, you'll superheat the pin, which will soften the plastic around it enough for the pin to be easy to tap out. Now, all you have to do is use a soldering iron in a manner that requires more finesse than playing the game Operation, and everything will be fine. And this inevitably led to people saying, hey, so my soldering iron touched the toy. Now there's a puddle underneath the soldering iron. What do I do about I think there was once a thing of like, hey, I superheated the entire toy and it warped. Is there a way to superheat it and put it back to normal? I distinctly recall like a discussion
I
like that once.
I remember seeing somebody talking about that. I remember seeing somebody that like put the soldering iron, like they were working on it, and then put the soldering iron down, not into like the soldering iron holder, but like put it down and rested it across a leg or something. And so it was like the whole side of it melted into the plastic, and then they were upset about it because removal.
Timu's making the point that the folks who seeded this knowledge never mentioned, which is that in many cases, doing it that way means the pin will never hold friction in the hole again. Yeah, so I believe, if I remember right, the wording was, make sure you tap it out the right way so that the plastic doesn't widen or something. It was all these like little footnotes just offhand.
And it was supposed to be like you had to know which end, because generally those pins have knurling at one end but not the other.
Yeah.
And so you wanted to push it out so the knurled end went out instead of dragging the knurled end through. And then you put the pin back in the other way so that then the knurled end would be in the less deformed bit of plastic. It was a whole thing.
As I said, this is like when someone does it first and nobody else knows how it works, and the person who did it first has results that seem to have turned out, a lot of us would just kind of take as granted, like, okay, I guess that guy knows what he's talking about. All right, well, I guess that's the way to do it.
He's done it. He's done it and didn't completely destroy the toy. He must know what he's doing.
Connor McClure, is this like giving cavemen heavy machinery and seeing what happens? Yeah, kind of. Because, for instance...
maybe not cavemen. Maybe
I had no business owning a soldering iron.
Industrial age men, like...
Yeah. I mean, I never learned how they worked. Thankfully, I knew people who told me when I said, I'm thinking of getting a soldering iron. They're like, okay, do you know why? And I said,
I want to burn things.
I want to superheat pins within toys to safely remove them. And people were like blinking and going, okay, so I don't know what you're doing, but I guess that's a use case. So just so you know, the soldering iron gets extremely hot. Don't you still want to get the knurled? Yeah, I think that this was a part of it Aaron was alluding to, is the knurled end thing would only kind of like half matter now.
Yeah. Well, if you imagine the pin, it's the knurled end is on one end, so you push it so that's the end that comes out, but then when you put it in from the other side. So the knurled end is at the the other end, so you're doing it end over, because whenever
Yeah.
you pushed out the knurl, because you've heated the plastic to the point of plasticity in order to get it out, now there's nothing there for it to get, and then you put it back in the other way and you hope that it shrunk enough that it doesn't just feel super wobbly.
Yeah.
It was a whole thing.
Superheating pins is definitely paywall content. Yeah.
Yeah.
Connor McClure, I went through a similar era learning about modifying Nerf internals for a period in college. Yeah, this is about. Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
That sounds very similar. Oma Ender, I have a soldering iron to fix Toku toys. You're probably actually using it for solder, I'm assuming, to some degree. Because this is another thing I learned. Because again, I was a band kid, so I never learned how computer hardware worked in high school. So among the things I had to learn about soldering irons, I was like, so where does the solder come out of? And then there.
Yeah. Okay. That's in the world of questions. That's one of them.
Because I didn't quite catch the part that the solder is a separate spool. Because my first thought was like, well, how do you superheat the pin without getting solder everywhere? And then they were like, well, you just don't wave the solder in front of the soldering iron. And I was like, oh, solder is... That's why they're always holding a thing next to it. I get it. That's the neat part. It doesn't. Thank you, Waveson.
Yeah.
So thankfully, sometime, in the 2000s, I did learn what solder is. This is why I also have a lot of patience for the Dan Reichert bit, because it's like, hey, you can thread the needle through life and just miss stuff.
Yeah.
It does have that hot glue gun vibe when you first... Yeah.
No, that's why I try to be very open and understanding when people ask some of those questions, and try to earnestly help determine, okay, are you coming from a place of honesty, or are you being a turd?
Actually,
to determine like how far further steps go.
Yeah, the hot glue gun thing is I think that's actually that's where my thought process was coming from 20 some years ago. Was I knew what a hot glue gun was, so I just assumed solder was like that but with metal in it rather than glue. Which,
okay.
Think about it for more than 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, well,
yeah, I can. Yeah. Okay.
Jipe, solder is one of those words that sounds increasingly fake the more you say it. Yeah, I said solder for a very long time, because no one around me said solder. So I'm getting a soldering iron, and people were like, oh, you mean a soldering iron? And I was like, well, why did they spell it like that? Anyway, that's just Joel Adler was saying the halcyon days of mods. So those halcyon days were in the 2010s, the ones you're talking about. The mods being put U.S. currency inside Hunter Prime's legs. I still stand by that. That's a good use of pennies. Literally increase the value of the toy. Adam Rockwell, why did they spell? I'm gonna keep us going.
I recently saw something where the English language is Normans trying to curse at Normans trying to curse at Italians in German.
I like it more without the at part, where it's just the English language is Normans trying to curse, and it came out this way. When did you learn about salmon? I was exposed to gutted salmon during elementary school. They took us to a river during a salmon run, and then ripped a salmon open in front of a bunch of elementary school kids, of which I was one, to say, "Look at all the eggs," and I was like, why did you do that? Also, yes, English is a globulous mess. I still stand by that. It is a tremendously messy language.
English takes other languages into the back alley and robs them of their spare verbs or something like that.
Joel Adler, wait,
their vocabulary.
The French took the L out of solder, and then we Anglos added it back in. Okay, if that's true, that's
probably
amazing. That's great. We did that, but to sharks in 3rd grade. Yeah, we didn't. Where I was, all we had was salmon. If we did that to sharks, when I was in grade 3, I probably would have been less afraid of sharks as a child, because I was one of those. I got hit by the Jaws, inadvertent marketing campaign. So I was like, wow, sharks are terrifying, and they must be highly intelligent and actually want to kill me specifically.
Also, I think now that we're in a new hour, I can get more XP. You gotta grind, because now people are at like
Damn it.
capping it at 150 unless they've done a super chat.
See I know Adam Billamy was still at 525. Oh, a bunch of you are going to 150.
Right.
Oh, holy moly! I hate this. I hate that I'm buying into this. Uh, new hour, everybody. Hobbylink Japan. Oh my God! Don't look at this price. They have a listing for Galaxy Force Primus. Many speculated would not be released in Japan. This listing is for a February release at a pretty big and beefy $67.
Better buckle in. I don't know.
I mean, at one point that was probably closer to $76 with the yen being at 7,600. So you know. Let's see, new galleries includes, this is somebody's photograph of Star Convoy. I believe, unless she already finished or did something else, I saw on Instagram, shouts out to Lai Diaclona, who I believe is streaming an unboxing of Star Optimus Prime right now. So here's original Star Optimus Prime attempting to do a pose. I just realized what the shoulder's doing.
Yeah.
7,600 yen being 67 back then is way funny because that's like 45 now. Yeah, but at one point, wasn't it more like 76 in the 2010s?
Yeah, there's a period of time where when I was looking at stuff out of Japan, it was pretty much 1-to-1.
Yeah.
Like, well, 100 to 1, but like a yen to a penny.
Oh, Aaron, remember this? Sightings of Cybertron Wave 3.5 Deluxes.
Yeah. When we actually had real wave numbers and people would get very serious about, like, oh, they changed the case assortment, but it's not a whole new wave.
Imagine
like,
if we
there's
had,
nobody new in it.
Imagine if we had 0.5 waves now.
Yeah.
Actually, I think, no, now we're actually simplifying further to, like, ideally just 3 waves was the goal this year. So it's more simplified. But yeah, this worked in the Armada retools, I believe. The 4 of them are in here.
Yeah.
So folks who had some of these as kids, shouts out. We are getting further and further. I think we might have, by this point, we might have shot past the point of covering news that predates the birth of some of the chat members. But always call out if you did not yet exist. New Transformers Matrix T-shirt. Warning: do not open until darkest hour. Coming from Z Stuff. I don't know who that is. BotCon exclusive LOC Ram. Okay, yeah. That's why I have this. So this was a BotCon exclusive. I remember this one, because this is a Legends toy. Well, Legends of Cybertron. I remember this was a bit of a, like, sort of sudden exclusive. Like, it was just kind of there. But I might be thinking of something else. I just remember being surprised this was there, and also that it was inconsequential to purchase.
Yeah, that's the BotCon I wasn't at in that time frame, so I can't remember when it was.
Or was it a freebie? Timu was saying, wasn't that a freebie? Maybe that's the case.
So that wouldn't have been like the attendee exclusive?
The attendee exclusive was Ratchet, but this might have been like a registration freebie.
Maybe. It's Legends of Cybertron, so it's not like it was anything that was more than...
Okay, Bill Moo's also saying it was a freebie. Yeah, that makes more... Because I just remember not expecting this to be there and then having one. And as the years went on, I was like, did I choose to purchase this?
I'm trying to think if maybe that's a thing that was OTFCC funded and just existed.
Oh,
maybe. Because weren't they the ones that had like all the Legends of Cybertron?
Those were the PVCs.
Or those are the PVCs. That's right.
Yeah. That was the PVC Troop.
It's what happens when all the lines have the same friggin' name.
Yeah, this is like the 2000s was the beginning of the end of our Transformers fandom vocabulary. Fun for everyone. Oh, this guy, it's a roundup of the funnies. The Fun for Everyone subforum. It's just the funnies subforum. Let's go back to another one. Akihabara Entertainment Festival images. So this includes the Sonic Convoy set that I believe is where Kobe Ramble came from, and the Broad Blast. It's a funny word, but yeah, this is where Kobe Ramble came from. I always wanted this gift set and never got it. I think this is the one with the Was this the one with the crystal translucent Galaxy Convoy, or am I misremembering?
I can't remember which that was.
In the alternate chat, by the way,
That looks like it's crystal in the translucent in the image.
So that's Universe Ramjet.
And then the super chrome on the chest.
And this was supposed to be kind of like similar to Universe Ramjet, I think.
Okay, all right, I can see it with a squint.
Yeah. And Bill Moo, it wasn't Universe, it was Legends of Cybertron Universe, which is totally different. Thank you. Logos, Clear Convoy, Red Chrome, Sonic Bomber, and Kobe Ramble. Ah! Okay. Okay, yeah. Because I remember that gift set was, like, built so that if you tried to go, I don't need that, I've got most of those toys, it'd be like, they're all different. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Cypher, I have that set. I am jealous. Here we go. The toy was initially available only as a free giveaway at BotCon 05. They were also given free to 12 and under walk-ins at BotCon 06, and the remaining stock were sold at the club store. Yeah, people want $700+ for that set now. Yeah. It's, I'm sure I had a chance to get it for less than... So this is the thing. Hindsight doesn't matter, because I'm going to say... I'm sure I had a chance to get it for less than $700 back then. But also, so did everybody. So it's...
Yeah. That's... I love my Alfie very much. We've occasionally had instances where she'll see something that syncs up with one or two of her collections, and she'll be like, I don't know if I want to get it right now. And you have to say, well, is that something you think you want, and you're just not sure about it right now? Oh, no, I want it for sure. It's like, okay... Well, it's at retail now, so it is likely the cheapest that you're going to get it. What do you think you ought to do? So you think I should get it? Probably, yes.
Whoever took these photos with their flash on, I want to give them a good old hard shake, because every single one of these photos is punching me in the retina.
Yeah.
The flash is just like, buh! Every single time.
Hey man, this is the early days of point and shoots.
Yeah, I know. This is boy howdy. So yeah, the Broad Blast was the asterisk Broad Blast. J.J. Abrams style. Oh, interesting. Griff has a photo here. So they did all that neat stuff and then just didn't touch the trailer parts. I guess because like the whole idea is you put them with Sonic Bomber. But,
yeah, because why would you? That disappears into subspace and it's never seen again.
This does make the vehicle mode look pretty funny, though. I forgot about the chrome treatment. Maybe I'm okay that I missed it then, because that chrome treatment, I don't know how that would hold up by now.
I think that's still in the era where some of that was perfectly okay, and some of it just flaked into dust.
It's kind of random. I was about to say, hey, Cypher, how's it doing? Cypher, ... 1 sec. What's up, Strange 4?
We both hear just the piercing wail of a broken man. Oh. Apparently it's the not good one.
I went through that. I still need to write the script for that video. I shot video for Transmetal 2 Jawbreaker at the beginning of the year. And I have a lot of footage of chrome flakes. Because I didn't understand. Because I just left them all alone. So I finally pulled one out of the drawer it was in, and breathed on it, and some stuff already started coming off. And I was like, oh, I wish I was filming right now. Chrome is fine on Prime.
Oh, that's good.
Ayo, all right.
No, I still have one of the Beast Machines Night Screams that was like all super chrome, that it had the part of the translucent hip exploded, and then a whole bunch of other stuff is just like flaked off of it.
I like that.
It was the big big Jetfire. It was the wrong color one as well.
I was gonna say, I like that as a footnote. The translucent hip exploded.
Yeah.
I need to check a lot of my Beast era toys still. I've just not touched them. I just left them alone.
Yeah. Those are both things that probably should have stayed in boxes, but I want to transform my Transformers, so...
Yeah. The Red Snarl, the bummer is that now it might be too late to get the clear coat on, because like if the chrome if the aluminum undercoat has lost its grip, like unless I guess you use an air, well no, because so if you brush it on, you might just peel it off with the friction of the brush, and if you use an airbrush, the air puff might blast it off. Depending how separated
even distantly, if the vac metal has separated from the plastic,
yeah,
like the bubbles underneath it, the cancer's already there. If there was a way for you to do it, you would have to like remove the stuff that's peeled and then spray down in order to have cohesion between the non-cancerized bubbled stuff and the plastic. Would be like the best.
Tombot's got it. Simply go back in time and do it.
Yeah,
like do it the easy way.
Even then, I think the way that some of that stuff works, it's just a matter of the bond between the two is not existent. If you put a clear coat over top of it, it still is.
It's got the clear coat has to grip on something that doesn't separate.
Yeah, the adhesion between the vac chrome and the plastic is where the failure point is.
And Oma Ender mentioned before too, like if you do clear coat vac metal, you do change the finish, like either damage it or at least alter it. It does alter the visual effect that they were going for. Basically, what vac metal chrome was back then was a neat idea of, if I remember right, it's usually like an aluminum undercoating binding polymer thing with a sort of like a glaze over top of it. So back then it's kind of like, well, that's neat. But like the nature of the process is one that over the decades has proven to be very random as to how well it binds. Entirely out of the control, much like malting PVC and stuff. More or less entirely out of the control of the end user.
Yeah, so from actually the TFW wiki, when you type vacuum metallizing, this process, the part is placed in a chamber with most of the air pumped out. Metal vapor enters the chamber and condenses onto the part to form a very thin, shiny metallic coating. Most common metal used for this process is nearly pure aluminum, which gives a silvery finish. Changes color to gold, red, or whatever is desired. A transparent color paint may be applied over the metallizing. Yeah. The clear coat may even be applied if the metal's natural color is suitable to protect the finish. So, yeah, if it's very thin, it may flake, peel, and be worn away with prolonged play. Though when new, it looks totally rock and cool, awesome, and rad. But yeah, so that's definitely the thing. If there's nothing that binds it, so especially like if you've got something that's smooth, and you do that process onto it, then you've got like a thin candy coating over top of the plastic. Like you'd want something that has a rough texture in order to have potentially more surface area, but then you'd have to put more on for it to appear smooth, and then you're getting into a whole lot of materials and processes stuff that the cheap robot toys aren't going to be going for.
As for the gloss coat thing, another reason why I talk up gloss coat is that this stuff actually has a small scale curing process. Where it does kind of like bind a bit, so because Red Snarl was saying that they've never had problem with the gloss coat thing if they dust it on lightly, and I could, that makes sense to me. I just think that in the cases of like especially some beast era vac metal, even if you dust lightly, like there's just the fact that it's air, like you'd have to, I guess if you aim the air away and try to get the stuff to float down,
like arc it on,
yeah, like maybe that would work, I guess.
Yeah.
Either way,
But again, I feel like the problem with some of that stuff's vac metaling is that it's like gold foil put on something and it's not bound to it.
Yeah, yeah.
So even if you put a gloss coat on top of it, like you'd have to put layers and layers of gloss coat on it to make a hard shell over top of it, and then it's just kind of stabilized because you've made a gloss mold on the outside of the toy.
Yeah. Also, Omander, top coat, so like matte and semi-matte top coat fogs up translucent plastics, but gloss coat I found does the opposite with translucence. It's like the three different genres basically. Because I had an issue with a matte top coat that fogged over. It was a bad aerosol can. and I was like, I don't want to strip this if there's a way to fix it. And doing this is getting into light refraction stuff, but like doing a gloss coat over the overdone matte coat, like how do you put it?
It's the same way that you can make frosted glass clear by putting tape on it.
Yeah.
By putting clear tape on it, because the frosting comes from irregular surface layer that causes diffusion. So by putting the gloss coat on it, you're reducing the amount of surface irregularity for light diffusion.
Yeah. Because otherwise, like, also I'm just thinking, like, it's just my own experience with gloss stuff, and I'm mostly thinking also of like translucent plastics where pure visibility through them is also not that important. Which in the case of vac metallization, because it's like a glaze done over the metallic stuff, the visibility to a certain point is not as important as like just not having like a grainy coat over top. Either way, though, like, that's also why, and I know this has been experimented with, but I think there's more room to keep messing around with this stuff as this side of artistic tech continues to develop, hopefully. People have been using, to drop a brand name, like the Molotov chrome pens and stuff. I don't know how much has been done yet as far as like doing glazes over Molotov chrome ink that has been allowed to fully cure. That stuff, as far as I know, does need like a week or so, or like a week or two to cure properly, like fully. But I feel like it's not going to be the same, but I feel like the visual delivery of a glaze over that stuff will be similar enough if someone does want to replicate that and repair a toy where all the chrome just flaked off and they want it to be shiny still.
I saw a minis painter recently that was doing some crazy stuff with chrome, or maybe it was Adam Savage on Tested, where he was doing. There was somebody that was doing some work, and had like mirror finish chrome paint that was like, hey, as long as your surface isn't totally gnarly, you can put this on here and get something that's an approximation to a mirror, and if you're very careful with it, you could get even closer.
Joel Adler's saying, according to a hobby shop local, Molotov does not take very well to clear coat. So if it doesn't take well to, I'm still curious though if it at least takes well to, because I don't mean clear coating the Molotov, but I mean like Molotov, then a glaze of some kind, probably an acrylic ink glaze, and then a gloss top coat over that. Like, as obviously, like Omander's saying, it's a different type of finish, but even Molotov is a different type of finish on its own than a lot of vac metal mirror chrome, but I feel like at a glance, it communicates the effect enough. I kind of think it looks better when I've seen the two side by side. So I'd be curious to mess with that. So Cliff was also mentioning any opinions on the Bay news. None. Transformers news doesn't exist till there's a trailer, basically. If they say that they're working on 5 Transformers movies, they've always been working on 5 Transformers movies. None of it matters till there's a trailer. You can have empty speculation if you like. It's just that we've had, like, how many years of empty speculation every time? There's no information to work with as to what they're working on or how it might turn out, how metalled it will be or unmetalled. So, like, other than acknowledging it's there, I think, like, leaning in hard on it is mostly just for the fun of making stuff up. But otherwise, like, there's just nothing to work with there. Binaltech skids came with something to work with. G1-styled stickers. I always forget about that. Those were the stripes, I think. Red Snarl, thank you. The best you can use on Molotov is Alcalad Aqua Gloss. Nothing else works. I was going to ask, because a big part about doing glazes is, like, there still needs to be, like, some kind of surface tension available. Obviously not, like, gritty, necessarily, but, like, from what I know from my time mini painting so far, whatever the surface is will play differently with different types of inks. Some of them will just grip and gloss on in a nice way. Some of them will pool and have there's a word for it. The surface tension gets funny and it turns into little blobs everywhere. Ruby, I'm pivoting my whole personality to become the Transformer 6 hype. Yeah, there's nothing to post about. Anything you'd post about right now would be fictional.
It's alright, that's how the other one started.
Dang. But yeah, I recall these stickers drawing me to Binaltech skids, but then when I saw the Hasbro Binaltech skids, I was like, I don't know, why would I need to put stickers on this one when this could be the clean one and the Hasbro one could be the goofy one?
Yeah.
I think we even back then called it the midlife crisis skids. Because it's just straight up flames on a Scion. But then as the years went on, it went from to like, no, actually, no, it's cooking. No, that's just it's less embarrassing than Transformers 2 Sight, which is apparently a thing. I mean, hey, if people can afford to camp a URL, then all the power to them. Oh, what did I click? Whatever I clicked. Oh, I clicked an ongoing discussion. Wait a second. Did I just see something? Okay. I thought this was saying the pile of loot feature was brand new, but it's not. I was going to say, like...
I think this might be, like, the beginning of it. Or
be
an
sure
early
to
thing.
register with them to check out their pile of loot feature, which lets you combine shipping, hold items, and more. Maybe it was new. Also, remember when they had vintage Transformers?
Yeah.
Do they still?
Page
Page not found. Okay.
That link doesn't work. Let me see.
What if a Scion cube had flames? The more flames you put on the Scion, the more you got to go sicko mode on the voice.
Wow. Okay, when you go to their best sellers, Transformers does not show up. Way to remember where you came from, Joel.
Ooh.
Going down through things, and it's all different stuff.
There's your skidses, by the way. Tom Bot with the real question: what if a Scion was on fire? I forgot. I forgot. The alternator skids also just had the word Scion written on the front windshield. Hey, do you know what I am?
So I'm not seeing. Okay, see all Transformers. Is this just all Transformers? Okay.
If I recall correctly, yes.
Series. See all series. I don't see like.
Ruby says
I
they
don't-
still sell vintage Transformers. They've got Kingdom figures. True?
I mean, my knees hurt suddenly, but okay.
The BBTS guy also being named Joel is very confusing when you're also responding to the chat, says Joel Adler.
Yeah, well.
So we got to make sure we say it's either...
Maybe you should have thought of that before you were named Joel Adler.
It's either Joel Adler or Joel Big Bad. Those are the two. People calling this the Fallen. I don't know if that's are you just mocking this poor guy here? Yeah, man, you look just like the Fallen. Team is saying Kingdom came to Finland during peak lockdown. I remember Earthrise launching right before lockdowns, and it was the last time I ever saw Earthrise on a shelf for a long time. New Cybertron items shipping soon. That's evac and stuff. Them funny robots. We can see part of a piece of the comic strip. This sucks. You're telling me I've been like this longer than both you put together. Maybe so, but mine is full of electronics as they scrape, drag, scrape.
Okay.
The Costco 2-pack has been released. There it is with the Costco. Oh, the no doxing Costco receipt. I like the gradient spray paint thing because that's totally right out of paint. That's great.
With the incorrect art for Optimus Prime on there.
Yeah, no, I mean this is closing the book on this very strange 2-pack. Yeah, the Magnus art was drawn fresh for this. The Optimus art, I can't remember if that's the same one from his own box. Why is God Magnus gray? Because he's sad. He's like, what he's saying, like, what the hell's a force chip?
This is what was it? That there's like 4 or 5 different slightly different color versions of Ultra Magnus.
He's always very slightly different, and then the Optimus is always the same or like just yellow.
Well,
And
I think
Magnus
it's I think it's his paint on his chest for Optimus Prime is the the significant difference.
Yeah.
It looks like $63 is the price on the Costco receipt.
Big fat 63. That's a pricey thing for these two entire liter-ish sized figures. Dang. Expensive. Gotta save up for that one.
Mm-hmm.
The reissue Astro Train is out of the big meaty $24.99. Limited to 3,000 pieces. I forgot about that. Cyberplanet Key Sweepy Steaks. Oh, we got in the alternate chat a very this is the fate photo of that Ultra Magnus.
Do
Ooh. The alt mode actually looks worse, I think. Because in the alt mode you can see that the gray kind of puked out a little bit too.
yeah. That looks like smoke mode.
Yeah. No, this looks like
that's Marlboro Magnus.
It's like someone was just like onto the thing for like 20 years. Like, I'm gonna make my own repaint. They tell me RIT dye doesn't work anymore, so I gotta find a new method. It's the bright, pristine chrome blue bumper that's really making this look worse, I think. Yeah, because here you can't see the bumper, and you're just like, whatever, that's a yellowed toy. That's what happens. But here, that poor bumper is just like, I'm fine. Ruby, the pre-yellowed HasLab Magnus references repaint. Yeah, I'm glad someone finally... I wasn't going to say anything, but we're very proud and honored that one of you, the fans, finally identified the secret Easter egg in our HasLab Omega Prime, available now on the aftermarket. That bumper is a war hero. Mimicry, mine has been in a box for like 5 years, and it did that in there. Okay. Chris Muse, mine yellowed like mustard. Alright, I guess that's just the thing that happens to this poor toy, then. Gonna rip. In the alternate chat, Ultra Jaundice. Okay, new Cybertron listings on... Wait, I scroll down. Here we go. IDW's Chris Ryall and Simon Furman interview at Comic News International. This article does nothing. The statues are back. Palisades at the Fall Toy Show 2005. Look at that. It's a Palisades statue.
That sure is a cliff jumper.
Cypher saying the white was milky to begin with. Okay, I don't think I ever took a close look at this 2-pack in my life, especially when it was new. So Cypher saying the white was already a milky tone in the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Fresh picture from... here we go. It's a TF Wiki shots. Okay, yeah. I kind of see what... Actually, you look at this long enough, maybe you kind of see the fate ahead of it.
Mm-hmm.
That tone is already there. Poor guy.
That's not a white plastic. That is a plastic that was made white.
Oh, yeah. Stardust Magician. I think my 2-pack Magnus is fine. I gotta double check though.
Good luck.
It's like Cypher going like, hang on a second. we'll hold up. We'll hold up a sec. Ollie Convoy coming in clutch with the archive.org link. It's long. Okay, I'll throw it in here and I'll double paste the link into the chat just so it's available. Oh boy. It doesn't help that CNI is CNI and Chris Ryall is CR, because I'm just seeing C twice. That's
like go Ryall, not CR.
I was about to say, did they answer their own question? Fan support has been great so far.
What are your long range plans for Transformers? You've had this franchise for maybe 5-6 months now. Where do you see this being in 20 years?
I see us ending in precisely 13 years. A weekly Transformers event in 06. I said, what? Man, I talk too much. Where's Simon Furman? Okay, here he is. I was going to say, like, Simon... SF.
SF. You were thinking San Francisco, maybe? Or
well, no, he doesn't...
Science fiction?
He doesn't say anything for the first, like, 3 or 4 questions. He's just sitting there. Alright, as for the gathering. Self-contained story. Now they're talking about the agenda. Figueroa stuff, beast forms. Yeah, they're really hammering in about that Beast Wars comic. Holy moly. That's like the whole interview. They're just like, what about the Vok? What about Ravage? What about Beasts? What about... Is Don working on the Beast Wars comic? It's like, okay. Simon Furman. I'm sure IDW has a whole heap of plans for Transformers. Oh, I thought you said a whole heap of plans for Beast Wars. My hope is we do a bunch more Beast Wars story before we have it evolve into Beast Machines. That never happened.
Yeah.
What about Battle Unicorn?
I don't even think it's a thing that you have to evolve it. Like, just tell good stories. You don't have to.
There's a fork in the road where a comic version of Transformers that also does a comic version of Beast Wars comes up with a neat way to do their take on the Beast Machines transition.
Yeah.
But that fork has not happened yet.
Yeah. That's just something that I like frequently remember about, back to talking about what the movie is. Granted, at this point we'd been primed with a couple of years of Don Murphy going, so G1, your pants will be sticky.
We're remaking more than meets the eye.
Like when then the question is like, is it G1, is it G2 or something in between? It's like, yeah, because there's no other options because it has to be done what was done before.
I remember in this era, I was starting to get salty at the Unicron trilogy and Beast era erasures in the press, where they were like, this is when I first started to get it was this leading up to 07, where I started getting kind of salty as a fanboy about people acting as though Transformers was just now coming back in 07. Partly because I'd been online since like 99, so I was obviously biased and not thinking about that. But like, I'd sit there going like, yeah, there's plenty to draw from. It's been around for, it hasn't stopped being around since it started.
Right. Right.
Do you know who Rapido is? Huh?
Yeah. Was this what was the Transformer that showed up in like 3 questions about staff back to back Bludgeon?
Oh yeah. So everyone just asking about Bludgeon all the time. It's Bludgeon in the movie.
Because he's the weird, obscure one that we have to ask about to show that we're true fans and we know our history. The
weird, obscure one who, like, he basically was one of the main antagonists throughout the back end of the comic books. Oma Ender, do you not know who Bulge is? Yeah, exactly. These bulgeless fake fans. Did Diamond put out a life-size G1 Optimus Prime head? What are they talking about? This sounds like vaguely familiar, but life-size
G1 Optimus Prime. I do not.
I remember
that.
I remember like a big head, kind of, but I don't remember if it ever came out.
See if that ever got archived.
Almost life-size. The heads didn't happen, says Ali Convoy. Okay. Yeah, almost pulling a lot of weight in that. I was gonna say. Life-size G1 Prime head just being sold in the comic shop feels like that takes up a lot of the comic shop. Okay, the Sonic Convoy gift set is out. Look at that packaging. Poor trailer just strapped to the bottom of that tray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it doesn't need to do anything else.
You're in here too, I guess.
Which, going back to how molds work, that makes it clear then that those pieces are on a separate mold runner set than Optimus Prime, if some of it's transparent and some of it isn't.
And that the weird sort of shoes were, I guess, were part of Optimus and me. I mean, it's weird to say not part of the trailer, but yeah, the shoes were intrinsic to Optimus, less so the rest of it.
Well, because they're blue. Was there any other blue in the backpack trailer thing, or was that all red?
It was, yeah, it was all red and gray, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Griff was just mentioning. Yeah, also the almost life size was supposed to be fully metal with electronics, lights for the eyes, and they were going to repaint it.
Could you imagine that? How just big and gross and heavy that would be?
And if you like fell against it, like how many parts of it might literally chew up your arm? Like,
yeah.
It's fun. Like that's a very Aughts thing too, where like you just say things because no one tried, so you're like, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, metal's good. Yeah, be the price of a car.
Yeah.
S250, the leak master of the 2000s, coming through with some photos of all of us realizing the lightsabers are missiles. Yeah, Cypher, I saw the shoe. Yeah, the shoes are, they're part of the clear plastic treatment because they're on the blue sprue. And they're part of Sonic. I always forget those are part of Sonic Convoy as well because he doesn't get new shoes from Sonic Bomber, I don't think.
No, those weren't from Sonic Bomber.
No, I mean the combination, the Sonic Convoy combination. I believe he still uses the shoes.
Yes, he still uses the shoes because Sonic Bomber just goes like over his back.
Yeah.
And down on the chest.
I'm only highlighting this because I still, to this day, one of my favorite names, Steamhammer, one of the best Transformers. Jesus, this is $7.99.
Yeah, it's a deluxe. It's on. That's like a decent sale. Like,
yeah.
That looks like it's a Big Lots stamp or something.
True. Listen, in Canada, we didn't see stuff like that till the 2010s. So, Wild Fur update. What could have been Techno X? What? Oh, the Neo Knights. Hey, check it out. It's the friggin' Neo Knights and Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
Which one's... Oh, is that Circuit Breaker? Now she's got shoulder pads. That's... I don't know. Circuit Breaker with shoulder pads somehow looks silly, and I think Circuit Breaker looks cool. Wild Fur is a hell of an... Listen, they... I think we talked about this before, actually, in a previous stream. Wildman and Furman they thought if we take the men out of our names, it'll be cool. They didn't realize. They just weren't thinking. But yeah, Circuit Breaker with, like, shoulder pads somehow looks way less, actually more silly to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Somehow looks more generic too. It's weird. Cypher, I just realized I think I drew the last official TF art of the Neo Knights. You have to defend that. If anyone says the name, you have to run over to their home, just punch them out over their drawing board. It's like, no. Griff and tiny shoes. Oh yeah, she's got friggin' 90s ass adventure boots from comic books with the weird overcuff that all the... I always remember the first time I noticed that was on like Bald Cap Cyclops when he had the big like cuffed adventure boots. And I was like, I just remember that as like a drawing trope when you were a kid scribbling superheroes in your margins. The Cybertron Voyager value set and the Trans Deluxe 2-pack. The Trans Cybertron Voyager value set. Speaking of Wild Fur, more of the fun stuff of people just like, hey, this is how we're shortening it. It becomes funnier later on.
Yeah. Again, though, that's the fun of the way that those old legacy systems work as well. You have 16 bits to write all of this in.
Yep.
Go nuts.
Oh, Cybertron on sale at Toys R Us. Voyagers $14.99. Supremes $42.95. Weren't they like just $50? That's not much of a.
Mm-hmm. It's $8 off.
That's
like
$7.05 off.
That's 15% off.
That's tax off.
15% is your tax in Toronto.
13 now, but back in the day, it used to be 15 in BC. Actually, no, it was like 16 at one point in BC, I think. Unless I'm misremembering. Because back when we had GST and PST.
Oh yeah.
we had two
You
different
guys
taxes.
have health care. That's right.
Yeah. Makes our damn toys more expensive. Cybertron Deluxe is now with bonus Minicons and Tiny Tins. Look at this champion here. Good old Dirt Boss. Just coming with a spy changer. And man, I forgot they did a whole new box for this.
Yeah.
Includes printing and everything. Includes downshift Tiny Tin. Wow. Because, like, you know, there's an era of these also. We've seen them before where it's like, yeah, what this means is they take Dirt Bosses that didn't sell and they tape a Tiny Tin to the side.
These, I bet, had to come out of the factory that way versus like when it was the, hey, we just took 2 deluxe boards and taped them together with a bit of cardboard. That could happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
That could happen like stateside.
I mean,
there's no way. I remember, this is another one that I remember because I still had enough like Hartman proximity of how alternate packaging stuff happens. And like, there's no way that there's value, even if you said today's value in that time. If you got a bunch of $20 deluxes that didn't sell, there's no way that it's worth it to have that go back in shipping containers, back into shipping boxes, to go back to distribution center, to go to a place to be opened up, put on a new card with some add-in thing, and then wrapped back up and shipped back out. It would be better to just mulch it. You know, that's
yeah.
When people would come around, bosses back and it's like, no, they might have made a lot more at the factory, and then they had a bunch at the factory, and they were sitting there going, oh boy, what do we do with these assembled toys that are in a bucket? Versus,
because I mean, this is like printed graphics, different box size. The Tiny Tin is twist tied in on the side.
Yeah, and it looks like a different plastic, like internal hardware as well. That's the yeah. I mean, that's
I forgot.
What is it?
I forgot these existed, and I'm realizing because you mentioned the Hartman thing. I'm like, this must have been like maybe was this like the? I mean, no, yeah, you've talked about this before, but like, was stuff like this where you started to question the practice of like I should just get everything?
It was. I want to say it was into Armada,
right.
Where I slipped into like not being variant, but being mold or being like paint. Like I had a different line that I drew that now I've pushed it even further to basically like, hey, that general transformation / mold. You know, I'll double dip if I feel good on it, but if it's, hey, I already I've got this, but it's just that in a different color, Yeah, for G2 Grimlock looks cool. I'm not getting it as a leader. You know.
Yeah. For those who don't know, Aaron, because of Hartman proximity, like during say Beast Machines, Aaron was like so deep in the trenches. If I recall correctly, you were even like looking at like what variant UPC codes even in passing. Maybe not engaging,
I mean, it was a lot of it was pack-ins because into beginning of Armada, I was paying attention to it to help them out and keeping track of things, but they would change like because there were comic books that came in them, so there would be like a hot shot because he made it through a couple of waves. I want to say he might have different pack-in comic book than the first release did, or they might have changed when they changed the way that they did the paint around the Autobot symbol. Instead of just being a big block, they made it so it was just the raised part, like paying attention to all of that stuff. That level of paying attention to stuff, because the Hartman's collection, back when it was the full collection, they had 6 or 7 different versions of the Scramble City limbs. Because there were some that were just the limb on the card. There were some that were on card with the decoy. There were some that were on card with an iron-on. There were some that were on card with an iron-on and decoy. There were some that were on card that had the catalog mail-away insert in it. and there was something else. I remembered getting to go to where their collection was housed, and they had pegboard like the like what stores have, and it was like, hey, see these 6 pegs of aerial bot limbs. Each peg is one of these variant types down each line. Here's all of the Minosaur limbs. Here's all of the next limbs, and that is, oh boy. I thought it was neat, and while I had stupid disposable incomes plus credit cards, who has to pay these back? Went crazy with that for a couple 3 years, and then that was very rapidly untenable for what my income and sanity could withstand.
Ruby, the appeal of collecting that way was partly grounded in the fact there simply was less Transformer stuff coming out, so it was basically a way, if you were enthusiasts in that sense, to just sort of expand your collection. But also, it was, I think, just... It's a personality type, I think, who just likes to be the one who engages with that.
Plus, like, at that time, I feel like the Hartmans also felt themselves, like, you know, we're pre the idea of a wiki. What's a wiki?
Yeah.
Nobody's keeping definitive track of this stuff. Hasbro's admitted multiple times that they're not exactly sure what everything that came out was. On more than one occasion, somebody would say something at a Hasbro panel and be like, hey, what about Thing? And people that should be in the know, that are the lead designers and marketer people, are like, what do you mean a Tiny Tin? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So it's things like that, especially in the pre-internet days, and I mean, that's like, they were the original fans to put on the first convention. Like, they were pretty serious about you know, Autobots and Decepticons, and came up with a pretty good name that is unfortunately stuff.
This, by the way, is the first. This is the first bust that Diamond did end up doing for Optimus, with the very weird kind of, he's growing, his crotch is turning into the Autobot symbol. And this was that Matrix they released, which I remember being all over the place for a while. I remember the shape of this base. Also, Star Wars Transformers, when they originally were on card, I know they went through at least like 3 different packaging styles alterations. But this one was the goofiest. I don't know if you see the word spin disc there.
Disc.
So
yes,
that is selling what that is as being way cooler than what it actually is. That's a Pog made of thin cardboard with both modes on it, one on each side, then clasped in a very wasteful plastic shell that has a big wasteful plastic shell peg on the top and bottom that mounts into holes in the bubble, so that when it's on a shelf, you can spin the disc to look at pictures of both modes. And when you open the toy, you obliterate that whole nonsense. I love this, but also catastrophically wasteful. But that's the main reason I pulled this up.
Hey, look, those I think went for the high price of $15, so you had plenty of overhead.
True. Yeah.
In order to make it worth it, you had to convince the Star Wars fans that it could be a Transformer.
I also like up here, it says 4 projectile missiles, lightsaber, and Luke Skywalker pilot figure, and like, I don't remember what the 4 is actually in reference to, because the missiles are the lightsabers.
4 projectiles. No, on this one it was the 4 guns on the X-wing wings, I think, were the projectiles.
Those were the... okay. Yeah. I'm thinking
it was Darth Vader's. I think one of his missiles or both of his missiles were also lightsabers.
Yeah. I mean, also, just going with the era of wasteful packaging, also Cybertron was kind of like peak, like, we have acres and acres of plastic, we can do whatever we want.
That whole era, when I finally got over the hump to purge, start purging packaging stuff, because some of them would have, what was it, up to like 4 pieces of plastic between the outer bubble, the part that the toy sat in, the part that the whatever some of them had. No, I think that was Armada, that had a different piece that held the curved piece of cardboard up.
Yeah.
And then a lot of toys would have yet another auxiliary piece of plastic that would be tucked in to help things hold shape.
Griff, you're not number 3 anymore. Now you're number 2.
Yeah.
With that post asking why you're number 3, you in fact became number 2.
It's your points.
Yeah,
I'm probably way down off the list. Where am I sitting now in the experience list?
I mean, no one's gonna beat Adam Bilmu with his 600x.
Yeah, because he paid money to get there rather than help out children in need.
Accidental pay to win, and now it's committed to record forever.
Jerk. You could instead
if you
hit that QR code or that link and donate to one of us for Extra Life and help sick children.
Yeah, if you weren't here for the start of the stream, before we even started, I was yelling at Aaron, wait, what the hell are these crowns? And then we basically started the stream with me saying, why is there an XP system, etc., etc. See, I didn't turn this on. This is here when we got here. This wasn't here last week. Much like every time YouTube adds a Twitch-like feature, they add it and then just don't communicate whatsoever to any of us, the people who run the things, that make use of the systems, that there's a new... unless I missed an email. I don't think I did. And so I don't...
So it looks like every hour of the stream you can earn 75 XP. So continuing to spam after you've, like, done like that and that a couple of times. Now I've got all the XP I can get for the hour. But I didn't do anything in the last hour. And then it goes away at the end of the stream. So all of these points, all of these imaginary points that you've built up in order to have self-worth, they go away as soon as Chris hits
I hate
stop
that a
stream.
mod did the 2 dot post,
Yep.
because now we've established the gutter tier.
You cannot stop it.
We've established the absolute gutter tier XP farming for literally nothing. But as was mentioned by Sideswipe Prime, apparently the YouTube-based VTubers sounds like they all hate this. Sounds like everyone hates this.
Oh hey, I have all of these now to start. Put user in timeout. How long do timeouts happen?
Oh dear. Now we'll be nice to them for now. Just wait. Point the gun at them. Just point the gun at them. Stop doing that. None of your points matter. If the other thing that bugs me is I can't just go in here and start messing with everyone's points. Because then I would have fun with this. Because then I'd just be like, no, the points super don't matter. Because I'm gonna erase all of your points for fun.
Yeah.
Point the blaster at them.
No, I'm not a toy manufacturer.
I'm allowed to have a gun because I don't make toys.
I'm an American here.
Next Takara reissue, by the way, is going to be G2 Laser Optimus Prime at the high price of $47 US.
Yeah. 5,500 yen. Like that
could be $55 US eventually.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think there was a point in time when it peaked over where the yen was doing very well.
Yeah, I remember.
And it's plummeted again. No, because I remember, wasn't that? I want to say there was a point in time where it was a West Coast show, and there was a lot of Japanese vendors there, and it was because like their yen was strong enough to be able to very happily travel and way overcharge the Americans for stuff that was just out in Japan. I think that's where I got the 2 X9 Ravages for stupid cheap. Just because they existed in mass quantity.
Happy Halloween, by the way, from TFW 2005. The costumes thread does not work.
Damn it.
The perfect movies thread does not work. The pumpkins thread does not. But we do have a picture of a pumpkin here. Is this a real picture of a pumpkin? No, this is completely made up. This is
AI garbage.
I can even see the jaggies, the cutoutings all around the pumpkin. This is all made up. Damn it. Hey, Beast Machine's DVD release date announced February 28, 2006. Look forward to that in the 2006 streams. Frapper. I haven't thought of the word frapper in a while. Online global Transformers collectors map through frapper.com. Also from S250. Self-doxing again. Yes.
Wrapper work still? Nope, 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 nope. That went through a lot of things.
Oh, I was not going to even... I was going to say, maybe don't even bother clicking that.
Yeah, no, I clicked it to guinea pig and then got very scared.
Hasbro reissue sideswipe. Oh boy, Hasbro reissue sideswipe found for the high price of $14.99 for a G1 reissue sideswipe. Here's proof.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Again with the not great.
Why did you buy 3?
Because there were 3 to be had.
Shadow King. What's Shadow King? Explain yourself. Why are we buying triplicate reissues? Saves. What's that stupid thing the NECA collectors were saying for a while? Say collectors for collectors or something. This is like late 2010s like NECA Twitter nonsense. Do for friends. Hey, you're right, Logos. Ruby, 1 for robot mode, 1 for car mode, 1 to stay in pack. Also true.
Yeah. Who was there? Was somebody on TFW for a very long time. May still be around. That was very classically, if there was something had multiple modes, he had to have multiple instances of it. And I remember having to moderate a thread because there was some multi-changer where he was getting upset.
I remember having to moderate a thread as the context for this.
Yeah. Look, man, the ways that certain images just get, or certain memories just get log jammed in the brain.
Also, here's a look at the spin disc. Better look at the spin disc.
Yeah.
And the G2. This reissue was the I think Cypher mentioned it. The Magnus color on this reissue was amazing. Oh. In the Discord, Bethany finding that TFU has pictures of just the spin disc showing you the stupid wasteful thing that they were all wrapped in. Sideswipe Prime, he had to buy 10 Rid Mega... Well, actually, only 6 for the purple one, but then 10 for the Galvatron one.
Yeah.
Long River, flashing back to the one Fig Arts collector who needed every release, even if it was just a re-release. Oh, because they changed the boxes or something, I would assume. Stardust Magician, man, the 2000s were a wild time. I don't remember any of this. How old were you in the 2000s? That may factor in. I can't remember if you said before. I don't really know. He just needed it all. Dang. Yeah, Oh, wow. A picture of this. Okay, this is what the head... So, almost life size, aka 1:120 scale. How?
That's a big head.
That's
14 inches high.
That's 14 inches high, yeah, but also almost life size, and then the ratio is 120.
Well, like human-sized head.
Yeah, but an Optimus Prime-sized head. Optimus Prime's head.
Yeah.
It's just when they say
like 120 times larger.
Yeah, when they say 1:120 after advertising is almost life size, it's like that is 3 digits, my friend. You can't call that almost life size. Yeah, Long was here. Almost, in my opinion, is like 1:3. Yeah, 1:120. Anyway, 14 inches high, limited to 1,000 pieces, designed by Art Asylum. Yeah, imagine if you fell onto the ears.
Yeah, that'd be uncomfortable. Hopefully those are either breakaway magnetics or soft or something.
Joel Adler asking if this means Optimus Prime's head is 140 feet tall.
Probably.
How big is the truck? Listen. Mass shifting. It's a whole thing.
I mean, come on. We remember the Cybercube stuff where his weird giant hand is holding a child.
Ali Convoy. So Optimus is meant to be 42 meters tall. Bayverse was 28 feet. Look. Griff, imagine dropping that on your foot. Imagine dropping on your foot, but it flips over first. So the ear just spears through your foot and crucifixion style pins you to the floor. EVAC came out, confirmed on November 2nd, 2005. We've got more reviews online. I feel like we did the bit already. Oh! Omegas Prime wrote a bunch of toy reviews. He is probably doing other stuff right now. Damn.
I thought I saw he was doing his streaming thing as we were getting ready to get started.
Well, it's
his VTuber
mysterious
stuff.
mysterious VTuber agent Magnetar is doing some kind of streaming. Don't know what TJ's up to, but or who this Omegas Prime character even is. That's who knows. Action HQ with a bunch of Star Wars toys. IDW's Beast Wars comic book makes the cover of December previews. Dang. Remember Previews magazine?
Yeah.
The giant newsprint phone book that you'd often sometimes just purchase because pictures of toys you like were in it. And it was sort of inexpensive for how thick it was because the thing was basically mulch.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like $5 or $6 and it was like a phone book.
Yeah.
It was like that paper in it.
Because it was technically just the thing that you're supposed to order from when you're a store. Long as they were still a thing. Well, didn't Diamond finally implode? Like Previews magazine can't possibly be around anymore.
Diamond comic distributors filed for bankruptcy 5 months ago.
Yeah.
So they still probably
still around. They
bankruptcy and sales.
They can't be printing Previews magazines still, though. I mean, like, that had to have stopped at some point.
So the company received $39 million stalking horse bid to sell off Alliance Game Distributors to Canadian-based hobby distributor Universal Distribution. It's the word distribute in there a whole lot. Alliance Entertainment ultimately won the bid to acquire Diamond's assets in March, but later backed out after filing multiple lawsuits against the company. That's great.
What? Wait, it feels like we skipped a chapter in that sentence.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how it was written. Joint bid between Universal Distribution and Ad Populum was then approved and finalized in May of 2025. Universal acquired the assets of Alliance Game Distributors, while Ad Populum acquired Diamond Comic Distributors, Diamond Book Distributors, Diamond Select Toys and Collectibles, Collectible Grading Authority, and other assets. Diamond UK was not included in this sale. Major layoffs at Diamond were reported soon after, including the shutdown of Diamond Select Toys. Penguin Random House ended its sub-distributor agreement with Diamond, ending its distribution of comics from Marvel Comics, Dark Horse Comics, IDW Publishing, Boom Studios, and others. By the end of May, Udon Entertainments had ceased shipments to Diamond.
I want to believe that the people who tried to buy Diamond and subsequently went on to take them to court were, like, they opened the door to the Diamond resources and just were greeted with, like, giant mountains of Previews magazine and went like, wait, no! Just, like, fled the building. All right, new episode on Hasbro Action. Yeah, Previews, like, Previews has to have ended, but, like, Previews used to just be this weird fixture for the longest time. I think it was maybe a bit of a scam, because, like, they kind of figured out how to just sell reams of useless mulch print to average consumers.
Yeah, well, I think it's a thing that probably was one of those, like, Previews went out to comic shops. Comic shops would put it... I know that my comic shop would have a copy for a while, would have a copy out, and you would, like, look through it and be like, hey, I want these and those and this and that and the other thing. And so it may have just been one of those things where we're like, hey, can you ship us like 4 or 5 of those so that, you know, because greasy ham hands went through this thing and it's impossible to tell because you guys printed out of...
It melted from his human body temperature.
Because you printed it from a step up out of toilet paper. And then it was like, oh, well, we can put like color pages or whatever in some of it.
In the middle,
they'd have
pages,
and
then, like 8 color pages in the middle or something. It was like the Master Collector wrapper almost, but like imagine that there's like 100 times as many pages.
But a small phone book. It's like, I think Gen Con on my mind because it's coming up in like 3 weeks. used to like have out in copious quantities the phone book that was like, hey, here's the directory of every event that's happening this weekend. Now they have out a smaller version of that you can get, and then they just say, just go to the app. Just use the app because it's up to date. If something cancels, drops out, we can just remove it. If we add more, we can just add it. And it has a map, so you should be able to click on the thing, and it shows you where it is on the map. And theoretically, we have location services that you can use based off of what's inside, but it didn't really work last year, so nobody used it. But like, do that rather than here's this phone book of stuff that we do because that's how we've always done it. Getting rid of some of that, like, institutional inertia.
Griff has the update on Diamond, I think. Apparently they're trying to sell off stock of items from publishers that they haven't actually paid them for.
That sounds about right for how these things go down.
This is why my recollection of Diamond is like, didn't they implode? Because it seems like they've been going bankrupt and closing and imploding for like 3 years.
It's not a nova, or a supernova. It's a slow, wet fart.
Yeah.
That eventually like combusts a little bit.
I feel like the story of the end of Diamond has been going on not as long, but nearly as long as the story of COVID-19.
Yeah. Well, before I like stopped being a comic person, like I occasionally still would go to my FLGS or FLCS local comic shop to get like my box every 6 months or so. I quit doing that because they started wearing hats of certain colors. But like that was frequently, we ordered 20, but Diamond only sent us 15, and we have 16 people on the pull list. So congratulations, Aaron. You came in before the other guy that also had it on his pull list. You get it, and he doesn't. And if they restock back-ordered stuff, then you'll get it. And then, like, I missed out on some things, and like 6 months later, they'd be like, oh, hey, we've got that number 8 for you now. I was like, oh, well, didn't that already hit the trades? It's like, yep, you could get in a trade paperback version in order to read that issue, but here we have this now because they found the other palette of it or whatever.
Yeah. On this lucky draw picture, I noticed this too, someone else mentioning, there's a Legend Magiello down here on the bottom right being announced. But also, yeah, if you want your lucky draw gold Megalo Convoy or lucky draw gold Master Megatron, Cybertron Megatron covered in vac metal, seems like I would love to just see it, especially the PVC parts, like his little crest.
Oh yeah, I bet those are. Well, did they have to do those in PVC in Japan?
Man, I can't remember. I think they were still in a PVC plastic.
Because those PVC bits on the US one very much feel like, hey, this was designed to be something else, and somebody in a safety line went,
yeah. Oh.
Hey, no, you can't do that.
Okay,
Cypher saying, pretty sure those bad-looking gold PVC. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Where it's not going to be vac metal, but like
it's just like mustard.
The mustard flake included plastic.
Yeah. Stardust. Nobody would like want these as like finally my gold Megalo Convoy, but it's like they would raffle off 15 of them, and then you would have this rare 1 in 15 gold-plated toy that ideally, if you got it, you would just leave in the box because you're aware of what'll happen. But the real legend is the fact that children probably got most of these, and you want to
because it was just a raffle. It wasn't like, hey, these are going exclusively to whatever. It was, as memory serves, most of them were like you had to buy a thing, and then like robot point style were some of them.
Yeah, it was like a color contest thing.
There were some of them that were like a little kids coloring book contest. I want to say that there were a couple that were just like enter to win.
Yeah, or mail away to the magazine.
Yeah,
but now,
let alone also the ones theoretically that were just like, hey, these are closed boxes.
Well, that was the Fire Convoy.
You might get a chrome one. Yeah, Fire
the,
Convoy.
I think they stopped after Fire Convoy with that stuff, like with the black ones. But I'm just realizing, because it's been like 20 years now, there should be somewhere someone saying, hey, when I was a kid, I got one of these things and I totally wrecked it. Here's a photo of it in the corner of my room. Like, at this point, we should have info on one of the ones that didn't fall into collector hands.
15 of them in total.
Yeah.
Even if we assume, let's be generous and say half of them got out to collectors, which means maybe one of them is ever in circulation at a time.
Yeah.
The other 7 of them going to children. What are the odds of that child from 20 years ago also returning to the fandom in a foreign language?
Well,
to then come to an English language board to say something. If there are Japanese language
it's gonna be
Transformers people out there that want to go to the Japanese boards, or
that's what I mean. Yeah.
Like Yahoo site that for some reason Japan still uses and wants to find them, that'd be
these
awesome
posts.
To see.
They've got to be buried on like friggin' 2chan or something of somebody like, I don't know, I got this thing. I want to know, because it's been 20 years almost. Like we're on the cusp. Logo saying, I've seen a kid's wrecked Blackfire Convoy that went for like $500 on Mercari. That's the stuff I want. Yeah.
Yeah.
How can you tell you got a lucky draw and not a master? So these ones were a raffle. The only time it was ever something you could have just gotten by accident was Blackfire Convoy, if I understood correctly. My memory works right. Because that was one where in the closed box version, which was the second release that had the modified, doesn't do as cool a thing that also shredded the mechanism launcher gimmick. So that one had no window on the box. That was where they slipped. It was like there was a 1 in something chance that it would be a Blackfire Convoy and not just Redfire Convoy. Quick, everyone reach out. Yes. Star Wars Magician putting the word out. Everyone reach out to your Japanese friend that you have. Because we got some work to do.
Like I said, I remember with Blackfire Convoy there being a whole bunch of people like, what? Some child might have just gotten this in a box? What? That is immensely unfair.
Congratulations, Tim Formas, on your wedding nearly 20 years ago. Just getting those congrats to you now. It's less than 20 years. It's not too late for me to say, hey, congrats, and I hope that.
Well, like, I think he's going to be at the Chicago supposed reunion.
Someone clip this and bring it on your iPad to show to Tim Formas when you get to the Chicago thing.
Turns out that he's there with his third wife and their kids. Oh no, I don't know what Tim Formas's relationship status is.
He's there with his wife
third
and kids,
wife and those children would be the like, funny joke.
We were married in 2010. What is? What's his new descriptions for the? Oh boy, Darth Vader could give Megatron a run for his energon when it comes to evil leadership, and he isn't likely to stomach dissension in his ranks. Starscream would likely find himself the victim of a throat-crunching force throttle. This mechified Dark Lord transforms into his... That's a really funny way to write that bio. You know, if this ever happened, it won't, but if it ever did... a lot of these are not as interesting as that one. Darkest Hour thing, but he's never liked flying, but now he's actually... No mention of Silver Bolt whatsoever. No, the Darth Vader one is the funniest one of these. Adam Billamoo. Energon is running down Megatron's leg in fear. Megatron is rolling around on the ground saying, "Don't poop on me! Don't poop on me!"
And come on, you know that Starscream would likely like being the victim of the throat crunching force throttle.
Finally, after all these years, someone just does the thing. Megatron would always just punch me in the face, and I'm not here for that. I was wondering why this flag was here. Transformers Cybertron Wave 1, released in Greece, with the exception of Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Super Starscream. That tracks. Foreign Transformers releases back in the day was like, we shipped you one Voyager all year.
Yeah. What, you aren't happy with that?
Alright, that's a Action Toy House Starscream demo on Transformers.com. Oh, This must have been like a Flash thing.
I don't know. The image is him wearing the big one wearing its crown. So
Yeah.
rotating, transforming, and even activating a cyber key feature. So yeah,
Yeah,
probably
probably a Flash thing.
some Flash thing.
From the Transformers Binaltech and TF Collection Complete Guidebook, an interview with the Binaltech team. I know I've read this interview elsewhere. This is floating around, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on TF Archive. That should actually...
Yeah.
This is Action HQ, Beast Wars 10th Anniversary picks. It's just the same picture of Rhinox every time we look at these. Scout Class Wave 4, released in the U.S. Who had any of these? And just, we've talked about it many times, but, like, what a great, up-angle look at the aforementioned highly wasteful packaging. Not to say other packaging is less wasteful. It's just, like, I just always to this day feel like Cybertron was, like, the peak, like, wow,
You could see, like, 3/4 of the toy from inside the packaging.
Yeah. Connor McClure remembering that interactive thing, thinks it was Flash. Yeah, I vaguely recall poking buttons on a Starscream on the website, like, 20 years ago. Rosetta, yeah, it's very nostalgic. Although I think you said Happy Canada Day earlier. Yeah, it's Canada Day today. So I'm gonna hear a bunch of noise probably in about an hour or two. Transformers Cybertron, released in Brazil with the exception of Super Starscream. However, sounds like they have Optimus and Megatron, so, like, that's +1 to Brazil.
Suck it, Grease!
Star Wars Transformers, released in New Zealand. I vaguely recall...
Suck it, Grease! Oh, wait.
I vaguely recall New Zealand board members being a little salty about this, because they were like, so everyone else gets, the X, Y, and Z... We got the Star Wars Transformers. I just remember Star Wars Transformers, like, very quickly, as people actually handled them, turning into a bit of a cuss word. Because, like, the good ones were fine, but, like, they were often in waves with, like, Jedi Starfighters. Which were more compromised. Cybertron Downshift pictures in and out of pack. One of our first looks at Cybertron Downshift was this, with a leopard print sheet in the background. Perfect for the Dirt Boss factor on this toy. Alright, Cybertron episode 12. Rundown of all changes in the Binaltech Alternators toy line. Yeah, this is, before anyone was trying to Wikipedia things, I believe. I think this predates the TF Wiki, but, people will be able to tell me. I know they celebrated a birthday recently, but I don't think it was around yet at this point. Covers the first prototype, the unreleased Porsche Boxster Jet. I know it's a licensed car. That's another one that, like, one of the many canceled toys that I would love to see somehow make its way into a permutation of concept series. It's like, here's the what was going to be the first alternator translated into a deluxe or something. I'm sure it has been already, like, in many ways, shapes, and forms, but something about, like, a historical, like, twist on concept series would be kind of cool. Cybertron Defense Scattershot.
That link is there, and again, we've got the intermediate image not loading for Web Archive, but
we missed a bunch of. Hang on a sec.
Oh, a bunch of alternate chat going on.
A whole lot of lucky draws if you actually want to see what they looked like. So here's what, that Megatron used. Oh, even on the fronts of his legs. Yeah, all the PVC parts are that weird, like, mustard color.
Gross.
Aaron, noted mustard hater. Holy moly. Here's a in-package shot. So yeah, they would come in these, like, white cardboard shells, if I recall correctly. That's kind of neat, though. It's fun seeing them, like, as weird, I don't think apocrypha is the right word, but, like, just weird, like, elements of the history of Transformers. Like, they're neat to eyeball. But yeah, we got someone here who has a shot of Blackfire Convoy, which was, it's a very nice color scheme that, like, never appeared again. Like it's a neat color scheme, and like the gold for the chest, like, you know, interesting switch up. Wait, I remember, Bill Moo, was this? This is historical. I remember this. Or did you just incept me with a Bernstein Bears? Something about this looks really familiar. Oh yeah, the Blackfire Convoy, that kind of has that Master Dominus vibe. Here's the super mode. Sort of. Oh, is this... Logos, is this the Mercari one?
Yeah.
Oh, that rules! Yeah, this is what I want to see.
Look at those wheels.
It's the one that ended up with a kid. Yeah! Yeah, sicko face. The shoulders and shoes are just gone to history.
They're in a sandbox somewhere.
Yeah, they're going to be dug up as fossils someday. Yeah, until you said it, I didn't even look at the tires. Just obliterated. And yeah, here's good old OG alternator Binaltech Jazz. I got to see this thing in 07 from a slight distance in a case, I think. That was there, right, Aaron? In the Rhode Island tour? I want to say we saw this thing, like...
Maybe. There were like 3 or 4 that were in the alternator's case.
Yeah.
So I remember there being a Bumblebee gray. I remember this being there, or something like this being there. There were 2 or 3 gray, prototypes in there.
Yeah. Long River Valley with the quote foot binding jazz. Now that's just stuck in all your heads too. That's the wrong window. Ugh. Yeah, we got this archive.org thread link. Aaron, did you put that in the chat too? Oh, you did.
I put it in the chat as well. Yeah.
But
But
the thing
it's-
happened. I forgot to look this up. How to fix this? I'm just gonna do the old-fashioned way. There we go.
Yeah. It's Nevermore coming with sources of everything.
Oh yeah, this is way the hell long to actually read through.
Peak Nevermore of
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is also where like the Bumblebee came from, because that was we didn't get it. Porsche, just like Porsche, Volkswagen won it. Grant, blah blah blah. Trax is Dodge Viper, but that went a different direction. Blue Streak or Silver Streak or Streak, the original version of the Impreza mold, as that's the things that we did get, and then it jumps to to the things that were released.
Jesus, look at this reply. Wow. Man, you have way too much time on your hands. Perhaps a girlfriend would be an appropriate suggestion.
Yeah. Of a type.
It's like,
Like
it's like one of the
sunscreens.
first 3 replies to this too. It's like, here's all this work I did. Wow, you got time to waste.
Sunscreen's title there.
Axsmith gave me this. I vaguely remember that.
Because if you were a super mod, you could use the like HTML and title stuff that people couldn't normally.
Yeah.
And that was fine until somebody went a little bit too far and then like broke pages.
I like that the first 2 replies after were people going like, "Hey, thanks for the list. You don't understand. This is Nevermore. It probably took him only 5 to 10 minutes to type all that while you were posting your." Oh man, baby razor wire. Sorry, I'm looking at all these like old board posts now, looking at the flavor.
Right.
1 of 6. Dang. But yeah, the link is in there if folks want to comb through, or maybe even turn the background element off using the trick that I keep forgetting how to do until we're in the middle of the stream. Draven's down with the Boxster Jazz until seeing the pictures of it, at which point, you know, the pics make it look all... Yeah. Listen, you know, foot binding happens. It's...
And again, I think, like we said before, I think that was probably, like, right after MP01 Optimus Prime, the idea of, like, hey, what if we continue doing stuff like this?
Mm-hmm.
And that was still at a point in time when, like, okay, well, Jazz is his right-hand man. Let's see what we would do with Jazz and get a model car or something of the effect and start cutting it up and figuring out how to do that in physical, not like, hey, let's go to CAD and slice this model.
It's fast forwarding in time a little bit, but Ali Convoy shared, like, here is the prototype Binaltech Bumblebee thing from 09. Who, boy, I see like 2 entire other toys in that.
Mm-hmm. The lore around Nevermore. Nevermore is a longtime TFW poster. I think he still posts on TFW. That loves compiling information. Loves... I'm trying to think of how to say this diplomatically. Loves letting people know when they are incorrect and what the correct thing is. Frequently, you could summon him by saying... hey, I think that's trademarked instead of copyrighted or something, and then he would appear
in the 2000s,
let you know what the difference was between a trademark and a copyright.
You look in a mirror and you say trademark and copyright are the same thing, and then Nevermore would manifest behind you, in the most German way possible, and just start explaining to you like, nope, actually, let me tell you the difference between those two things.
Let you know exactly how you were wrong, what is actually correct. You're welcome.
Yeah, no,
except for that in that very German direct way that to most American English style sensibilities is like, all right, screw you too, buddy. Whereas he is just being like, no, I am being very direct. There's no reason to make you feel good about being wrong. Why would I do that?
What was that Transylvanian R on that?
Yeah.
No, he reminds me a lot of some of my relatives, so I always found it very endearing. Because the trick with Nevermore, especially in the aughts, it was easy to misread his tone in his text as like brusque or like wow, dumbass, don't you know this? And then like the big reveal was basically like, you know, that you would have the epiphany is like Nevermore just speaks this way. He doesn't actually intend to like make anyone feel bad. He is simply informing them because they were wrong, and it is better to inform someone of the truth when they are wrong. And it's like, I get it. Yeah.
I think a lot more of the English-speaking world would be like, yeah, okay, so you did get the difference between copyright and trademark wrong. Here's how it goes, and he would just be like, no, you got it wrong. Well, here's how it goes.
Let's be fair. A fraction of the English-speaking world, a lot of the English-speaking world would be like, yo, idiot! You don't know nothing! Well, now let me stand on the...
I'm saying relatively polite company.
Excuse me.
Copyright these nuts. Like that's...
especially in the 2000s, in nerd spaces online. People be like... Listen, I'm the copyright trademark guy. I know everything about this. That's my whole identity. It's a Patton Oswalt bit about the German way to be blunt and shooting everything. Yeah. You have to once you realize like this is not meant to actually like, you know, shove me in a chair or anything. This is attempting to be helpful. Valkai says, yeah, as someone who has helped hook him up with Nerf guns from the US, he does indeed just talk like that. Yeah. But yeah, the aughts was the era where it was like the specter of Nevermore was floating anytime anyone ever said trademark or copyright. You'd almost go like, oh, I forgot the difference now. I'll just wait.
Yeah.
Also, look, it's Cybertron Defense Scator Shot with 2 secret weapons. It says right there next to his name. I remember the Cybertron Defense Force came out way the hell after they came out in Galaxy Force, and I already had the Galaxy Force versions. So I was like, have fun with your baby toys. Ego de Hanashimas fandom.
All three of those Cybertron Defense toys though are bangers.
I love them. I love them.
Like I think those guys stayed on my display wall until I know they stayed on the display wall until my move. Whereas most everything else Cybertron got packed away, short of like the leaders with their super robot goodness.
Yeah, Tombo's saying 2 secret weapons that were giant guns inside the giant rocket pods. That's right.
Yeah, well, you fire the rocket pods off. What are you gonna do? More guns after the rockets.
This is the Minicon 2-pack released in New Zealand. Another thing I always forget existed were these Minicon 2-packs. 'Cause I don't remember how often I saw these in my area out west in Canada.
I don't.
Oh yeah, because yes, Cybertron Defense Scout Shot also just had a gun too.
Yeah,
I forgot about that. Tom, I saw them at Kmart. Yeah, I don't remember if I saw them much in BC back in the day.
Yeah, I want to say that they were like the whatever, what it has we're called, like the fourth market, and like this is the drugstore.
The fourth market, where we sell the first-party toys to the second-party vendor.
Yeah.
And there is no third. We don't talk about that number. We saw into the future. Market 6. Okay, content update, photo guys. Buyers beware, new G1 knockoffs on the way. So, is this the G1 Optimus knockoff that guy at a BotCon had an entire table of? I wonder if this is the same one.
I think this is the right time, because I wasn't at 05, and I know that it was an early BotCon, and somebody was very cute about like, yeah, it was a warehouse find.
I found a warehouse of these replicas. That was the one that the sellers he had to like kind of slap would say is like, it's not a knockoff, it's a replica.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, and it looks exactly like the G1 toy down to the box styling. Yeah, that's why it's a replica. Alright, pal.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to then write the word replica on the box with a Sharpie? No. Oh, okay. And also a Rumble and Buzzsaw. I mean, we already had that thing last stream about like how Laserbeak and Frenzy could tell because they flipped their positions. And Bill, maybe it's a knockoff replica. True. I never thought. That's on me. I'm thinking small.
Yeah, that was. I specifically remember that being the one where it was super weird with, like, it being right across from the fun pub. Like, hey, bring all of your not properly assembled toys here, and we will figure it out, or whatever.
Yeah.
Space, and then right across from it was this giant wall of stuff that.
It was just
that I think was the like genesis of all of the no third party toys. Well, what we really meant was knockoff. Okay, well we wrote this really bad, and so now this actually excludes all fan artists and maybe even the voice actors unless they're officially doing something right now. Let's try to roll it back after we've canceled everything.
That was
we'll give you $5 off a table.
I think
I think that's where it peaked.
Yeah,
I think that was
it was off and on.
Was the genesis of it. Yeah.
Yeah, 06 was the one about the G1 replica knockoffs because, and this one was very defensible because as I always remember the site. It wasn't just a guy at a table had a bunch of these. A guy had an island table that you had to walk around to get anywhere, and he didn't just have a few of these. The entire table was nothing but knockoff mint and sealed box G1 Optimus Primes.
And there weren't there like some that were clear and some that were.
I think this table was just the red and blue, like the normal ones. Because I remember,
just normal ones.
I remember I was just marveling that I was like, it's just this one. All this guy did was buy one table to sell like 100 copies of the same toy.
Well, he had a couple other things I think that were also knockoffs, but it was like Optimus Prime was a giant wall of stuff.
It was the table.
Was it maybe the year?
It was like the table looked like it was made out of the KO Optimus Prime. Like Tom about, like that's actually that is the picture in my memory that I remember from that table because it looked like it was just I emptied the crate on the floor and that's my table.
I want to say maybe it was the next year then that had like a bunch of clear ones in package, a bunch of
Yeah.
Like alternate, like the other color ones that people were like, oh, well, those are the lunchtime specials where they shoot random colors through it. And it's like, oh, this is like a production run. This isn't I got a hold of the molds for 2 runs and just squirted random colors in it.
I love squirting in molds. This is a Don Figueroa, just neat Megatron, by the way. It's the thumbnail for an interview with Don Figueroa at Cybertron about working at the 404 Not Found. Also, Transformers was... Transformers in Game Pro Magazine! Alternators and G.I. Joe Sigma 6 are in the holiday gift guide. In Game Pro Magazine's December 2005 issue. Oh, wow.
Holiday gift guide budget. Transformers Alternators. One of the main allures of the original Transformers toy line was its realistic depiction of actual modern day vehicles. The Alternators toy line takes that original premise and infuses it with today's state-of-the-art toy manufacturing technology. Toy fans and car enthusiasts can choose from 15 Transformer characters, which change into 9 various licensed cars that sport rubber tires and highly detailed interiors and are molded in 1/24 scale accuracy.
There is the final wave of SOTA Street Fighter action figures, I think. One of the, if not final, one of the final. This is like the tail end of the first, like, really proper Street Fighter action figure line. With friggin' Remy.
I think this font is bit rot.
Yeah.
And
this font is a photograph of a page of a magazine taken in 2005 with whatever the camera was back then. Yeah, goddamn, look at that birdie. Okay, it was the Alan Weaver. It was the last of the regular figures, then there were the Revolution figures afterwards. I remember that. But yeah, this font is in part a potato camera from 20 years ago. What were the budget games? Burnout 3. Is this B-level games? Is this what a B game is? Ratchet and Clank, Up Your Arsenal. Katamari Damacy? Some budget PS2 game? The Don Figueroa interview, by the way.
Scanners were a thing at this point, but
no one actually. I remember.
Yeah, very few people had them. We had a scanner, but it was like a big wide parallel port thing that you then you plugged your printer into the scanner and then the scanner into the computer with a big wide parallel port thing, and you definitively couldn't use both of them at the same time, and it was slow, and you didn't see it until it was done. And
I remember that. Yeah.
Heaven forbid you have anything with a little bit of curl, because it had a 0 focal length of the plane of the pane of the glass. And if anything was slightly away from that, it was completely out of focus. And it was...
This Don Figueroa interview is being conducted by Professor Smooth.
Well, that's a memory.
Professor Smooth, still main voice actor, I believe, for... I forgot what the thing is called now. Now, too much old news is in my brain. You all know what I'm talking about. If my XP goes away, I got bad news for you, Stardust Magician. Think of that XP as simply stardust in the sky. Oh, man, I had a fax machine that could scan. Yeah, my mom had one of those for ages and ages. Oh wait, I am mixing Professor Smooth and Dr. Smooth together in my memory.
I think you are confabulating there.
Wait, then who was Professor Smooth, and why does that?
He was like a Cybertron main person for a long time, I think.
I absolutely misremembered this as being Dr. Smooth.
Like the way that we have like Kickback and Tim Formus and Super Megatron. I think they had Professor Smooth.
Because I remember saying the phrase Professor Smooth a bunch at some point. Anyway. Yeah, I mixed this up with Dr. Smooth. Common collaborator with Randall Ing. That's the name that also flew out of my head as I had this like crisscross of misfiring neurons.
It's what happens when you start getting older. Memory starts going.
It's because I have
Joints
not
start
been
creaking.
I have not been doing enough of my hydration checks. That's the big problem.
Well, nobody's donating in chat to say hydrate or
Because
Extra Life donating.
Didn't give me a goddamn button to do it, but they gave me a stupid XP system that I can't even tie into a hydration check. Friggin' Alphabet Corp, get on your ass. Drink. 2025 news is leaking through the side of the page. Yeah, that's pretty funny. All right. Thanks for joining us for Macro Master. Okay, there's more of a question here. Oh boy, Aaron, what it's doing to the apostrophes.
Yeah.
Oh, and the quotes. Any chance Macromasters could become official? It's going to require us to need to condense it to. So I don't think I can go any less than 6 issues with it. So your personal high point and low. I wonder what the low point is. Yeah, the low point is, of course, losing my job during the holiday, no less. I knew it. I always knew it could all end just like that, so I saved some of my money. Still, being lied to and getting stiffed for that much money was really hard to take. Like, yeah, what do you think the low point of Dreamwave is going to be for anyone who worked at Dreamwave?
The low point was the day that they ran out of the coffee filters.
The low point was the day that the great Patrick Lee gave his exit interview and everyone simply made fun of him. I hated to see that because he was a good man. I dare say a great man. Damn it, Adam Bill Moo. Once again, concreting his #1 spot with the $2 super chat. Hydrate Twitch streamer. Alright. Consecrated #1 for the stream. What's the XP at now? What did I put? 7 up. Good lord. Inflating his stats. I can't believe it. It's the part where it's a euro symbol into a TM. That's really throwing me.
Yeah.
There's the Nito vehicular magmatron. What work of yours did Dreamwave profit from without paying you? The amount adds up to two or so months worth of work. It covers things that last things in for Dreamwave, which are G1 number 10, G1 number 11, and other stuff like additional more than meets the eye stuff for the annual various covers. I forgot which exactly. Beast Wars #1 isn't included on that because by the time I sent it, the place was shut down.
No, you still did the work. You're still owed that work even if they shut down.
Yeah. Okay, on the bright side, former production manager Matt Moylan did later on send back all my unused Beast Wars pages, among other things. Okay, so at least he got them back. I wonder if he sold them since then. I guess, I mean, you don't want... Well, no, for an artist, I mean, selling your art's part of the thing. So ideally, he was able to pass those along and get something in return for it. What are your thoughts on, in the immediate aftermath of Dreamwave's bankruptcy, Rich Johnston publicizing the exact amounts owed to everyone in Dreamwave and airing all the other dirty laundry coming out of the situation? Were you glad people knew the truth, or would you have rather it stayed private? I think it should have stayed private, in my opinion, but it didn't really bother me much when it did become public because the fans got to see where the owner's priorities were. Yeah, I forgot about that whole angle on the thing.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just going to show everyone everything that happened, and it's like, did you run it by any of the...
I mean, I can kind of see that both ways because nominally when a company declares bankruptcy, part of all of the like legal documentation that gets recorded at a court is like, hey, here's the amounts owed to each creditor, and then here's what company assets are or personal assets are, and then like each creditor gets lumped into different tiers, and maybe like if you're in the top tier, 3/4 of the remaining assets go to that, broken out by percentages of what you owe, and then the next tier gets 15 and the bottom tier gets 10 or whatever. So at a certain point that's public, and I wonder if it's more just a matter of like something that's normally court documents that nobody pays attention to versus somebody coming along and saying, hey,
Look at all this.
here I've extracted all of this data out of this court filing and I'm posting it everywhere. Like I can see where there's a difference on that. I feel like if I was somebody that was owed a couple of months of back pay, like don't go out there telling everybody what I was getting paid, but at the same time, like maybe you make all of that public to have a conversation about maybe how artists should be paid more for their art.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, like
Logos is saying the thing I didn't say out loud, which is half the time I'm reading this, I just see things like Professor Smooth asks Pat Lee.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say shouts out to Professor Smooth. I was poking fun at the what was a downside, but then the interview actually just went in like, so anyway, to hell with this guy. Let's talk about him. Pat Lee. Dreamwave died. Within a year, Pat Lee's been the artist on House of M. Iron Man, new cover artist on Batman Journey into the Night series, started his run on Marvel Knight Spider-Man. Does this add insult to injury when he owes so many people so much money? He was actually working the Marvel stuff months before the company went under. Remember FF-X-Men? Didn't bother me much then. Lots of folks do that, but thought maybe Dreamwave was being sold to Marvel or something, like Wildstorm or DC, maybe taking in work for them to keep Dreamwave afloat. Didn't know the captain was taking the only lifeboat after he steered the ship towards an iceberg. Another Pat Lee question. They recently did the funny interview. Don't think I can fault the interviewer for what seems like a bunch of T-ball questions. More likely, Pat just picked and chose what he wanted to answer, and perhaps there was an agreement beforehand. He can't be grilled on certain matters. Joe Quesada was asked about his decision to hire Pat Lee. He refused to defend his decision. As an artist, can you explain what the appeal of his artwork is? He's a big name. I heard he's pretty fast, and he's got a team behind him that do inks, colors, and background art. What more can I... Luther with Otis. What more can I ask? Can anyone ask? I like this. It's like, yeah, he's pretty fast. With his ghost artist team and all.
Yeah.
Final Pat Lee question. Do you think TF fanboys criticize Pat Lee too harshly? Would cutting back on the near-endless Pat Lee be something you'd personally like to see? I think Lisa Simpson and Paul Anka summed it up best in a song once. I do not remember that reference anymore.
Let me see what Google has to say. Lisa Simpson, Paul Anka. Just don't look.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you don't want to see it, just don't look at it. True. It's about Devil's Due and possibly grabbing the Transformers license. Dropped to Josh Blaylock a line. Told him I'm available for stuff. He was going for Transformers as well. Probably a reason why he got signed. Oh, this is the whole like Transformers G.I. Joe thing Devil's Due was doing on their own end. Hasbro later rejected the story, saying Cobra Law can't be used. I guess that got reneged later? Because I know they ended on, you know, a Cobra Law BET thing.
That maybe some, like, we're not sure who owns Cobra Law, if Marvel has it, or if Hasbro has it, or if Sunbow has it, type of...
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Thing.
Serpent OR, I can't remember anymore if that came out of Devil's Due or if that was a Fun Pub original, or was that Fun Pub finally doing the Serpent OR out of Devil's... I just remember Devil's Due eventually went to... I spent... During that whole era, I kept saying, give me Transformers Cobra Law BET. And then I remember they did it. And then I was like, good, you finally did it. And then that was the last I thought about it. Okay, Chris Ryall dropped me a line. Still have a couple months on my contract, so sad at Student Random Art. Josh Blaylock offered to sign me an additional 1-year contract, chance to develop my own thing. Eventually declined to let my contract run out. Okay. There was the TF Crisis on Infinite Cybertron thing, the Jake Eisenberg spread based on George Perez, Alex Ross. This is a thing that this was floating around for so long. I'm pretty sure most of you have probably seen it, like the Justice League Transformers crossover that never happened. With like Green Lantern, Optimus, and whatnot. Quote-unquote unnecessary details. I should post this into the text chat so you all can take a look at it too. Beast Wars miniseries will make its debut in time for the 10th anniversary of Beast Wars. The question has been floating around the same series that you and Simon Furman started, Dreamwave. Are the pages you've already drawn being used for this one? There are scenes similar to the old one, but it's a brand new story.
Man, how rough would it be? Like, I have to figure out how to use the old pages for the new comic book. In the worst of, like, 90s bottle episode filler gudge.
So maybe so I'm not tired of drawing Transformers yet. Is the house style question? Do you expect anything similar from? Yeah, this was the thing IDW had to deal with a lot, if I remember correctly. Like in this lead up to issue 1, was like just everyone going like, "So are you just Dreamwave again?" Because I can't help but notice that the last 2 letters of your 3 letters are Dream and Wave. So the house style thing was coming up all the time.
I almost want to say, was that maybe also the first time that in Transformers we'd seen something like a house style?
Well, especially for people like me who were not very comics literate outside of, like, you know, stuff as a kid and then Transformers, I'd never heard the term house style before until the Dreamwave stuff happened. And I don't know if house style is a thing that I just don't remember anymore. If it's like a wider spread thing in those various industries. It's just the first time I ever heard it was in regards to Dreamwave, and it answered a lot of, like, strangeness I had thought about since then. Ruby saying IDW, also known as It's Dreamwave, or Connor McClure, I'm a Dreamwave. Very curious. Yeah, this was the OTFCC 04 Megalitho. That thing is wild. What are your opinions on multiple covers being produced? Oh. There are covers made to be part of a larger image that require you to purchase other parts to complete the puzzle, but again, it's not mandatory. Yeah, the choice is theirs to buy it all or not. Professor Smooth, fandom. It's a weird formatting. Any crazy fan stories you'd care to share with the same fans? Chat with them on AIM. This one guy on AIM, when I first started working on the Macro Masters, this fellow started off like a really nice chap, but he would always try and push his own characters and storyline with mine. When I refused, he got really upset. He would even try to have me change some of the names of my own characters. He didn't like the name Maraudimus Prime, thought it sounded stupid. The last straw was when he insisted I put his own Prime character and be this super unstoppable demigod that would basically be the lead character. I told him thanks, but no thanks.
Hey, it was a great idea when I pitched it to him, and it's still a great idea now.
I was gonna say, like, yeah, man, this is just like this is like a step below, because this would be when Macromasters was technically, right, just fan fiction that was done really well with a lot of supporting material and straight up scratch built toys. But the idea you just walk up to a fan, I like this thing, I love this. Anyway, put mine in. At which point, everyone who's written fan fiction in the past, like, 15 years tells me, no, that just happens. I don't know if that just happens, but I wonder if this is a relatable experience for anyone out there who has written, like, fanfic that was somewhat beloved, and, like, did y'all ever have the...
Alfie found some of her old stuff as we were going through a box and was telling me tales of somebody, like, wanting to have their story dovetail with some of her stuff, except for you need to rewrite all of your stuff because it doesn't fit with how my story is, and also, can I kill 2 of your main characters at the same time? And she was like, what? What? No, like,
Yeah, I one time on City of Heroes, the only time I played an MMO, and also I was on the roleplay server and had never done either of those things before. Someone once walked up to my character and said, like, you know, they were trying to do a bit with it, but, like, essentially they were like, hi, I'm a genetic clone of your character that was made from scrapings of your DNA that you left behind all over town. And I remember thinking, like, man, I had just internally codified the idea that my character has, like, a sort of, because of the regeneration power subset I was using. I was like, wouldn't it be wild if, like, part of the regeneration subset is he just doesn't shed cells. He just keeps like his cells either fall off and disintegrate or regrow or something. And then someone, while I'm thinking about this, some other person is like, "Hey, I like your character anyway. I'm a genetic clone." And I remember sitting there going, like, I don't know how to tell this person, because also I didn't know who they were, and they weren't anybody that I knew. So I was like, this is out of character. This is a very strange way to meet somebody. And also, yes, Tonbot, it did indeed, the way that he wrote it, leaving your DNA all over town, I'm almost quoting from memory here, does in fact sound like my character has been leaving a semen all over the city.
See here, I was thinking, like, what is it, the anti-Deadpool, where it's a bunch of Deadpool parts that are left in a fridge, and then they all manage to merge back together, where he's got like 2 right arms, so one of them's backwards, but it's the left hand on it. And
also, my character was a bug man.
Eras of costume, yeah,
literal grasshopper man with a bone sword. I mean, maybe. But yeah, I was like, there's levels and reams of this that just don't jive, and I don't want to be mean because I'm just like some young guy playing an MMO on the RP server, so I don't want to be mean. I've never done this before, but also, y'all are what? Don Figueroa was asking some folks if he could be squished pedestrian number 2 in the '07 movie, but no response, sadly. Most expensive personal toy is a Mint G1 Fort Max. Yeah, before the Encore, getting Mint Fort Maxes was a whole thing. Oh, and remember this era? Who's the better Optimus, Cullen or Chalk? Picard or Kirk? Like,
yeah,
you have 2 choices.
Again, our whole binary of what's this upcoming movie going to be, G1 or G2? Yeah. Because nothing else has had an Optimus Prime. Well, I guess there are some cartoons, but whatever.
Better Megatron, Welker or K? Okay, Don Figueroa has been catching bits of Unicron. He saw the Cybertron Defense Force thing. Figueroa. Okay, yeah, ask him how to pronounce it. I never heard people, like, mispronounce Don's name in person, because, like, I just only ever started hearing it, like, once there was an internet with media streaming to share it. But I got to imagine there were funny pronunciations. I probably did one, too. I don't know. I can't remember anymore. But yeah, Long was here. That was basically all I did on City of Heroes at first, was make tokusatsu characters. And then make them on the roleplay server, and then try to, like, and that's how, I remember the first time I took Shinsector to Atlas Park, someone ran up to me and said, "Oh, I love Kamen Rider Black! I watched him all the time when I was a kid growing up in Hawaii," or something like that. And just went on and on at me for like an hour about how much he loved Kamen Rider Black as a kid. And then, like, and then ran off, and I never saw him again. It was just it was one of my first interactions with a person in an MMO, too. It was just someone running up and just gushing at how cool they thought my character was, and then they ran off and just and got eliminated from the dimension or something. And I remember that had an effect on me. I was like, wow, people were, wow, all right.
I loved you in the thing.
No way to say. I'm not on, or I haven't messed with City of Heroes since a while back. No way to send a friend. Yeah, no. We didn't have global IDs on City of Heroes till like year 2 or 3. You could only friend specific characters, and if they never logged into that character again, they were gone forever. You never knew. They added a global account system later on, which could, in its first in the global account system's first iteration, I distinctly recall people were actually kind of mad about it because, like, you couldn't, there was no request to add global friend. You could just right click on someone and go add as global friend and then find out their global handle that way without them knowing. Oh no.
That sounds incredibly jank.
Yeah, it was kind of, City of Heroes was a very messy game. Its original design team was all but gone by the time the game started to become good. That's part of the reason why. Is because actual programmers took over the game. That's being mean. But I remember the regen power set's ultimate power was garbage, and in fact was worse to turn on than leaving it off. And I remember when they finally fixed it, it was called like Moment of Glory, I think. The devs at that point basically said, yeah, whoever programmed this, we don't really understand. He carried a decimal wrong. All we had to do was change a decimal. Now the power works. And this was like years into the game. It was just an in-joke that, like, yeah, when you run regen, you have an extra power slot because Moment of Glory is useless. And then it was like, no, it turns out that someone just didn't carry a decimal right, so and now the power works.
That's the wonderful thing of that's a stupid phone MMO Star Trek Fleet Command that I've been playing for quite a while. Mm-hmm. There was one of those like, oh hey, this thing has never worked type of deal, and I saw in some devlog thing where they're like, hey yeah, so we finally found out what that problem was. Turns out spaghetti code, lol, and like they made the minorest of fixes, but was always one of those like pebble in the shoe that you can never shake out type of frustrations.
Oh no, the like, we'll say, you know, the true City of Heroes dev team who like kind of carried the game through to its death.
Yeah.
Another thing they shared was they were like, we're figuring out how to have power customization, and by that at that point it was literally just, can I change the blue energy blast to green or red, basically, right? Can I just change the tint? And what this dev team was able, like, they shared with us on the old message boards, by the time that, you know, the Positron era took over, they would just tell us stuff on the boards. It was like Positron, Manticore, and Back Alley Brawler. Those were like the characters whose accounts they took over, basically. Well, they had them since the start, but those are who they were on the boards. They said, what I remember is power customization. They said the big problem is, for some reason, and this is the best way we can explain it, the way that they programmed the animations has baked the color of the effect into the power animation. So Back Alley Brawler, I think, was the one who was like, you know, at one point early on said, like, we're basically going to have to rebuild some of the coding from the ground up. And so we were kind of like, okay, I guess we're not going to do this. But then one day they were like, okay, power customization's in. And it was like, oh, you did it. And they're like, yeah, we did it. And this also means we can now put in other models for powers, other effects, etc. So, like, that's one reason why I have such a fondness for City of Heroes, aside from base nostalgia and it being, you know, my first one, my only one, etc. Is, like, the Positron-led era of that dev team took a game that was, in many ways, kind of busted, and really, like, you know, for better and for worse, depending on decisions made, they really were like, this is ours now, we're gonna fix it. We're gonna actually, like, crack this friggin' walnut open, and figure out why we can't do what we want, and then make it so we can do what we want. And I thought that was, to me, as a layman who's just a player, I was like, that's really impressive. That you're like, you know, we could just live with blue energy blasts forever in energy power set. But no, we're going to friggin' crack the walnut open and then build a new nut from the ground up.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
It was awesome. It was so cool. Anyway, that's a tangent. This is, Griff, what BotCon was this from? Griff was sharing some cursed BotCon tables. I vaguely recall the Roadbot table. Because this is the most robots I ever saw. 2009. Okay, yeah. There's another one here. Oh yeah, the kissy table.
Is that all auto troopers?
Yeah, it's 6 auto troopers. And 2 little ones too. I was realizing. I remember this table because I was like, I'm gonna get an auto trooper, and I didn't because I ran out of money, and I think I still regret that to this day, because I just never ended up getting an auto trooper. Well, man, that auto trooper.
Going down that list even further, the $50 Korean JRXs.
Oh, don't talk to me about Sonic Kong. Don't talk to me about Sonic. I have so many regrets.
$25 Sonic Kong Big Convoy.
Oh, I got a $50 one once. Here's an advertisement from that GamePro issue, by the way. For the hero and all of us, got milk. Yeah, you can't entirely see the bottom, but yeah, you got milk for all of us.
Come on, why is that a bat suit without nipples asking if you want milk?
Because in the 2000s, we were a very misguided culture. Oh, wow. I was there. Oh, wow. Oh. Huh.
Yeah, I guess that's a way to advertise a World War II video game.
No, you weren't. In fact, no, you weren't. This is not TOS. This is simply an advertisement for Skechers shoes. Christian Bale eventually retired to Chris's desk and got ahead of the curve. That's a, hey, deep cut, good reference. What did Skechers listen?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's trying to say about their shoes, because it looks like they're on a frozen but active beach, like, and then she is very scantily dressed for this.
No, she has a fur vest on. She has a fur vest on.
The fur vest, that's going to keep the knee from freezing to the ice. That's my bad.
Exactly. It's all about that core temperature. Look, what they're saying is buy our shoes. Please.
And then you might touch a woman's half-bare midriff.
Well, no, there's glaciers in the back. You see all those glaciers in the back. Those are representative of the forgotten generation.
Not to go all, let's totally dive into this, but look at the whip, okay? Think about how whips work. And look at how that whip is.
I can explain that. It got wet and then it got frozen. It just looks like that.
So it's coming towards the viewer then?
No, it's a solid object, and perspective sometimes plays tricks on you. Who says that whip's even really there? Yeah, listen, spoiler. That's all a Photoshop. They're not even on any ice. They're not even in front of glaciers. I'm gonna put the
and the two different layers of glaciers with clearly different white balances to them.
I'm gonna wave the $50 JRXs in front of everybody.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's
jingle the
change
keys.
Focus here. Jingle the keys.
Now, actually, going by Sideswipe Prime's experiences, this is probably a bummer for a lot of people. My understanding is JRX has become very expensive in comparison now. It's also a $50 Japanese big convoy way off in the back there, I think. No, is that a Lyo convoy? That's a Lyo convoy.
Why would you buy that when you got the $25 version right there?
Because you want the smaller box for your luggage, so your luggage is easier.
All right, let's see. Christ almighty.
Serpent was Devil's Due.
I just went to eBay and typed in Transformers JRX.
How's it going?
Whole box set. $300 maybe? But it looks sketchy as hell. The next one up is $450.
Oh!
Plus shipping.
Huh. Well. What if you look up Transformers Rail Racer? Surely that's going to be cheaper.
Let's try that one.
Yeah, Ali Convo is $50 for a Sonicon gift set of all three that was probably made that year. Or maybe the year or two before. Oh no, this is 09. This would have been several years. Actually, that's weird.
For one that does not look disgustingly sketchy or yellowed, complete, $270 seems to be the basement.
Huh.
Maybe $115. That says incomplete, so it's probably missing some of the the missile rail hook things. Complete in box is $400. $470.
When I bought my JRX at BotCon 2000, and then eventually my J7 broke on the clear hinge, as many do. I think I bought a second J7 somewhere for like $30.
There's a super yellowed rather incomplete one for $144.
Huh.
Like smoke stain yellowed.
Griff is saying $150 from Micromaster Rail Racer? That can't possibly be... Well...
So it's there is the 2003 carded Railbots one that's like that'd be about 230, 240 shipped.
Oh! Just that.
That were like the KB Toys ones that sold for $4 for each on card.
A mere pittance. Here's the Fun Pub Serpento are out of the Rat Bat. Look at that. Huh. Yeah, every time I hear about the JRX Rail Racer marketplace, it has the effect on me that the Titans Return marketplace had several years ago, where I'm like, oh, that's all it costs. Who can't afford that? Pittance. Just scroll through. Okay, big bet, a big sale from BBTS. Let's see what's on the next page.
Yeah, I think the next page is probably going to be where I got to call it.
Yeah. Now we're on track though. We're halfway through November now.
Yeah.
Hey, adding to our news. I like this isn't even doing the flags. This is just a picture of a map.
Yeah.
Transformer Cybertron released in Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador. No word on just various. That's all. We're not even going to start saying like what's missing, what's not. Yeah. Oh, logos. I've seen animated go. Yeah. I've seen specifically Japanese animated make me severely regret how little of it I bought when it was available for relatively cheaper on Mandarake and eBay. Because I was like, these don't look quite as good with the shiny paint. I don't need to double dip these. And I kind of wish I had now. Universe Battle in a Box sets now at Big Lots. Why is this the picture?
I am trying to go all enhance on this, and I want to say that is a decimal number price on that sticker.
Who is this?
I have no idea. It's somebody in a Big Lots vest. I don't recognize him. But I think that is a sub $10 price for Battle in the Box.
Have you seen this man in your dreams? Yeah, and I remember hearing about the Battle in the Box stuff being like, especially the oil slick one being on dead ass clearance for a long time.
Oil slick Crystal Widow, okay, but the one underneath that also seems to have a similar price.
I forgot. Is Treadshot just Sideswipe again?
It is just Sideswipe again.
There were two Sideswipes.
Yes,
forgot about that.
it used the like punchy car hood mechanic thing with the Ultra Magnus driving up on top of it. That was why it was the Battle in the Box.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, different car colors. But did Battle in the Box have two different redecos of Armada Sideswipe? Wait, I think Toy Guy or someone else was telling me about this at a TFCon in the past year. Yeah, I mean, back then that would have definitely made these.
It was at LA because there was a dealer there that had.
Yeah.
That had both of these, I think. It was that one dealer, like when you came in the room, the second aisle on the right.
Yeah.
That had the shelves stacked up and an interior thing that you had to fight to get into, and then look through the dark corners of everything that he had, and then fight to get back out.
Because I was talking.
And he had the two Battle in the Boxes up front.
I was talking to somebody who was telling me about their childhood nostalgia for Battle in the Box, and I was like, "Damn, time is weird." So those things were like, I thought not oddly pricey, but like I think they were like what, $60 now, 80, unless I'm really under remembering. Yeah. Sideswipe Prime. Same table where you got Armada Sideswipe and Excellion.
Battle in a Box is not showing up on a basic search. It wants to show me a bunch of other stuff, including the Robo Rally board game. Available from Renegade.
Who is this man?
I have to say that because I think they may be reimbursing me for my badge at Gen Con. But
who is this?
Sure. We will never know.
Oh yeah, Cypher, you're right. It is the same robot parts with different car color parts. I mean, Treadshot's kind of Treadshot like scrawled his name crookedly across his own hood, so he's looking a little bit goofier. Well, no, then Oil Slick just wrote the word Transformers on the front of his windshield.
Transformer.
These two are both characters, I'm sure. Cypher says Universe video coming hopefully this weekend. Oil Slick is in it. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the goggles are a different color at least. Yeah. But yeah, this is so wild. Is the bike? No, the bike is like, yeah, the one is this one. The bike is like brighter yellow, and this one. No, it's gonna be the same because it's the same sprue bits as the gray and the whatever yellow.
The gray, the black, and the yellow. Yeah.
No, it's just lighting. Well, same headlight color too on both of them. That's unfortunate. Treadshot says Decepticon on his... Oh, Treadshot is the stupid one. I am a Decepticon named Treadshot. I will now enter my disguise mode. Oil Slick is just like, hey, I'm a Transformer. Who knows what I am? Ignore the insignia. This one's like, I am a Decepticon, and by the way, I am Treadshot. Why is one of the photos, or did someone say one of the photos a cat extended? That's the gimmick. That's his punch gimmick activating for his supercar mode.
Yeah, when you pushed the like scoop inlet thing, it would release what's on the back of his arms as like a punch gimmick thing, or like as the car could punch things.
Okay, it looks like
it was a time.
Yeah.
All of the Armada toys had some sort of action feature to them aside from being just a transformer, and this is what that was.
So even in the close-ups, one of these is a little more orangey than the other. But also, I don't know. I think because going off of these two,
that's light maybe even.
Yeah, and going off these two, I think it might just be light activation of the Pantone temperature. Also, flicking through these 4 photos is somehow really disorienting. Okay, sorry, just one of those is different lighting. Okay, yeah. I still want to know who are you? I feel like I knew who that was once. TFW and Diamond Select give away an Autobot wall plaque. First look at G1 Pepsi Prime's reissue robot mode, thanks to an eBay seller. It's with the Pepsi socks.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was the line. So his forearms were blue, and instead of red, and he had something else beyond that even. And then the like Pepsi swoosh on the knees and toes.
Hey, check it out, everybody! It's AFA graded.
Whoa.
I mean, if you're gonna AFA grade something from Transformers, this is one of the ones where it's like, yeah, you can just leave that in the box. Probably that's gonna look cool.
Yeah.
Grading is. I mean, as time went on and more people sort of revealed the nature of grading, I'm glad I never bought in on it.
Yeah.
The number of people who sort of just revealed, like, yeah, actually, you know the funny thing about grading? A lot of it's made up, and it's interesting.
Like I can understand grading.
Yeah.
Cards. Okay,
cards
I
and
can
comics on a certain
understand
level.
grading comic books.
Mm.
I saw somebody that was getting excited about seeing like a Nintendo cartridge, like a original Mario Brothers like retail box got graded as like a 9.5 or something, and it was going to be the next thing. And I was like, okay, sure, it's odd that it was like Mario Brothers as an individual sale, because anybody that bought a Nintendo just shipped Mario Duck Hunt or whatever with it. Okay, yes, it's a weird rarity, but I don't see how putting that inside of a plastic case and putting a 9.5 tag on it because it's not covered in schmutz, like, or crushed. Like, I guess I can understand it because I'm a collector, but there's gotta be a line.
So the base idea, right, to me, of grading paper stock, basically, is like, yeah, paper stock can survive, it can suffer from various different ailments, it's interesting, sure. And then the thing that immediately kind of like, you know, cuts the legs off of the not the validity, I'll say, but like off of the ability to take a lot of grading seriously is the immediate monetization of the entire system. And then it's like, okay, well now and as time went on, it turns out that, like, yes, you should in fact second guess a lot of it, because
the number of times I've seen somebody like crack slabs and then immediately resubmit it to either the same place or another place and get a drastically different grade.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, it was up to randomness. There was, who was it? I think it's the guy that does the should I open it or should I keep it sealed?
Yeah.
I saw one of those where it was some new grading company that specifically, like, on the back of the tab had a QR code, and you could scan that QR code and it would go to a front and back picture of that card with them pointing out where defects were. And so it was actually like, hey, this is actually quantized somehow. Like, you know, it showed, hey, here's the card. Here, this shows that it's 1.2 millimeters on the left side and 1.7 millimeters on the right side, and that's how it's not centered. And here's a ding, here's a small crease, and these are those points in our system, and that's how it got to a 9.2. And I was like, hey, that I'm cool with, not the ones that are just like, I don't know, it's an 83. Okay, why is it an 83? Well, because this number's an 80, and this number's an 80, and this number was an 85.
So the median is...
Yeah.
When you said the phrase "a new grading company," I was about to go like, "Do I spit on the floor yet?" Because like that's a bit of a
for sure,
phrase.
for sure.
We're starting a new grading company. What's your blockchain? What's your ETH? Just get out of the way.
No,
just
get
out of the way.
Like I said, I specifically liked it because it was like, here's a code that is points to our webpage, and it shows front and back, and here's where and how we graded it, not just, you know, the guy, it was Friday at 3:30, and he's looking at a weekend where he gets to go to the lake, so he's just churning through the 40 that are left on his desk versus Oma Ender, Deep Pocket Monster is the guy's.
Oh, that's their actual name. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was just a bit.
It's mostly Pokemon. I think I've seen him like, oh, hey, here's a Magic the Gathering revised pack. Should I open it? No. Don't open it. There's only 12 cards in that are worth the price of that pack. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. He's doing it.
It's every time,
I don't know what these are. Land? It's just like, yeah.
Every time
it's a revised pack. It's like 1/3 basic lands, and you got ripped off. Might be an uncommon, might be a rare.
I still think the sadder one is when you open a Fallen Empires pack. It's that's just depressing. But yeah, the other thing about grading is, and you know, I hate that this is relevant to a poll, but like the whole silly like Logan Paul ripped off with a box full of G.I. Joe trading cards, but also a grading company basically staked their reputation on it being real. That was kind of fun to me because it was like that sort of pulled the curtain a little bit too. It just sucks that it's relevant to a Paul brother because they shouldn't be involved in anything that I have good feelings about.
Yeah. And at least that one supposedly went back a couple of generations of like the people that sold it to them had bought it sealed, and then they had to go back one further than that. And so,
Tombot, what's in the Fallen Empires packs is cards from the set Fallen Empires, which top out at a value of like $25 for one specific one.
I forget what it was. It was not
among the least interesting, underpowered, and boring Magic cards ever put to print is Fallen Empires. Also, the set that many people my age would get tons of because comic stores would convince you as a kid that you could get lots of Fallen Empires and have a great time with your Thralls and your Homerids. I mean, everyone loves Homerids. I'm a Thralls kiddo, and no one ever backs me up. I'm always like, what about Thralls, though? Where's our new Thralls tech?
I think Dwarven Armorer is the most expensive single card in the set here. I'm trying to, like, do sort buys in a couple different ways, but it's only one art of the Dwarven Armorer. Everything else is, like, sub $1, and these are cards from, like, 97, 98?
They're one set removed from, like, Revised. Like,
yeah. It was a set that came out after Revised. Anything that was on like the common sheet had multiple printings with different artworks, and like none of them are good or great.
You know what's good and great is on November 1505, we got, I think, our first look at the Takara Beast Wars 10th anniversary show accuratized original Ultras, which were a kick-ass pair of toys. That I think got done as a 2-pack even better later on. But the new robot heads were, at least this one, I remember just loving. The Megatron one was always kind of a bit like funny looking because they were going for like a kind of look on him.
Rainbow who was it? Alan Weaver. Rainbow Veil is showing up as 99 cents on I guess that's heavily played.
Well, someone should be grading that.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, biblical Pepsi Convoy picture. This is the good stuff. Pepsi Twist! The best Pepsi! There it is. Good old Pepsi Twist. I love that the shimmery gradienty stuff on top of the forearms. I was a Pepsi Twist kid back then. That was the one Pepsi I would try out. Yeah, the color layout on Pepsi Convoy, this is the one where it's like, I understand it is literally PepsiCo, the Pepsi company, but like, how can we at least legally dupe this onto like the legacy G1 toy Optimus? You know, like how can we legally dupe this back into Transformers and just call him Soda Prime or something?
Yeah. And again, this is the one that had the trailer that could hold like one bottle horizontally, 2 or 3 cans vertically, and then like 6 or 8 bottle toppers or something like that.
Yeah.
That trailer was multifunction.
It's such a good color scheme. This thing is still... I memory dumped this thing from my brain. The high-resolution image of the now 14-inch tall replica of Optimus Prime's head. Once almost life-size. If Optimus Prime was a 6-foot-tall human.
Found a listing for that Pepsi Prime for the US version of it. What do you think?
US version was not as beloved, and it was readily available a lot for a while till it wasn't. I will guess $150.
180 is the cheapest one that's showing up on a Google shopping search, with many more at like $350.
Well, I was close to the 1. Dang. Because they had piles of that thing. Along with your 200. Okay, yeah, you were closer. Yeah, that box
and then some listings of Pepsi Prime, but without the Pepsi sticker, going for $600. But like, if you don't have the Pepsi sticker, there's how do you say that it's Pepsi Prime?
That Pepsi Prime had a funny head, if I remember right. There's something about the head or the fists or something. Sorry, I just have to call out. I forgot that there's a Transformer named Monocle. That was... I think the names appeared in more than one place. Sorry, I just caught this guy's name is Scator Brain? Where are these names? Why aren't we using these names anymore?
Look, it was they could either keep Scator Brain or Megatron.
I would take... There was a guy just called Kobushi? What? I remember a Centaur. Adam Rockmore, I had this 2-pack. Ooh. Does Monocle have a monocle? He has a drill, which is kind of like nature's monocle.
He's got a visor eye?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm more... I think the drill's more important. Oh, dang, we got a couple pictures here. Hang on a second. From Logos, we have a $195 Bai Pepsi Prime. Sorry, Pepsi Convoy. Ali Convoy revealing Kobushi to all of us. Sorry, that's Kobushi, actually, if you pronounce it correctly. Those are good colors. I like that. Yeah, the geared ones were all designed so they could latch on the bottom of Armada Cyclonus, if I recall correctly.
Yep. Yep, because Cyclonus's did an action when you spun it, and the drill did it, and this one did as well. Was there another one?
There were a few more. There was 2 different 3-packs, I think, that interacted with that.
Yeah.
Also,
and again, oddly, because he was, I think, the only one that had that action. So it was like, hey, these are toys just for this one other toy. Like, it would have been neat if another Decepticon or maybe an Autobot had that gimmick connector.
I like Monocle with the front windshield insignia, thus robbing the front windshield of any efficacy, just so you all know. I am not a Decepticon. I realize I am a drill tank, little pudgy guy who hooks onto a Decepticon. I am not a Decepticon. I am an Autobot named Monocle. You can tell by my chest. Crush Undergrove Edition drill bit with the gradient drill. I like that drill a lot. I like it when the gradient goes into shading a darker color of a contrast like this in the. It gives that, like, I don't know, weird like what's what I'm looking for, a neon vibe.
Yeah. Like a something wave vibe.
I don't think this Pepsi bottle was full. I think this thing had a sticker on it. I think this was card. No, wait. Wasn't the bottle in this one a cardboard stand-in? Someone could probably like verify that, but I'm pretty sure it was a cardboard stand-in.
I think it was a cardboard.
Yeah, we got it. Here we go. It was a cardboard stand-in. There you go.
Okay.
Griff says, according to TF Wiki, Kobushi in Japanese can mean fist or small warrior. We found the Prime Minicon.
Hey, there's Archer Monster saying cardboard as well. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's legal to put a filled bottle of beverage in with a toy.
Well, I couldn't remember if it was like a cardboard construction, like if it was like that, how that's round.
Yeah.
Or if it was like just a flat piece of cardboard. I was trying to remember how it was.
Yeah. How much is a bottle of Pepsi Twist going for? Well, I mean, it depends on whether or not, like, the I drink 20-year-old soda people have, like, finished with it or not. Because that's a whole cottage industry on YouTube. That's some classic LA Beast. Who, by the way, still active. Uses the same intro to this day.
Oh
no.
Oh.
Aaron, can you just send me a link?
$80, and this can be all yours. I'm gonna just put it in the big chat. No, it does not like that because it's the whole copied eBay thing and is 700 characters long. Let's just put it in here. Maybe that'll be better. Good.
I'll copy. I can copy this into the chat. Let's see what happened. What? Bottle still stands. What happened to this poor thing? It's a triangle now.
Over 20 years, it's slowly imploded. So I found at one point in time, I had since opened it, but when my ex-wife taught for half a semester in Russia, she came back with a sealed Russian Mountain Dew that managed to stay sealed for quite a while. And it started to do that same thing, where added carbonization or something, and a decade or so reduced the volume in the thing until it started to suck the sides in. There's a Thailand sealed unopened mega rare from 2004 that's doing a similar thing.
Same with the 03
so it's just
one.
Got to be something, yeah. So it's got to be something to do with.
It's because Pepsi put the good stuff in, so the bottle itself is even starting to pucker after this many decades. ...2003 one-of-a-kind Sierra Mist can 12-ounce in Lucite soda award from Pepsi. Rare. I can't wait to watch some other YouTuber drink these. They craggled the Sierra Mist. Yeah, Pepsi Twist and Pepsi Blue were very short-lived.
I could see if you were a member of the team that got Sierra Mist off of the ground or whatever, and it became a hit. Like, I can see that being a neat corporate, hey, here's the can in a lucite square on a display plinth. Like, it'd be a neat thing to have.
Seeing it in an eBay listing just somehow made it funnier to me, because the lucite part is like added at the end, where there's just in lucite, and I'm like, we need more items in lucite on eBay.
That is very much we're cleaning out Grandpa's office after he died. Maybe somebody wants this. I don't know.
To finish off this installment, November 17th, 2005, Takara adds new pages for Binaltech figures. Those pages are now gone. Crystal Pepsi, they now and then, every few, decades or whatever, like, they'll do, like, we're bringing it back for one season. Because all the old Crystal Pepsi is just brown now, if I understood correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, some of it is, like, tinted, more so, but, like, it just starts turning back into Pepsi.
So, fun Crystal Pepsi story. Back when I was doing construction inspection, there was a town that we were doing a road reconstruction on, because it was like a state highway, came into this town, turned 90 degrees at what their town square was, and went on down the way. Except for back in the 1900s when these buildings were built, was back when they would have like the loading dock thing in the front sidewalk. Mm-hmm. So all of the buildings that were built up to these roads had, like, their basements went out past the front of their building, and the sidewalk was like a thick concrete roof. So part of what we had to do was all of these places, we had to go into all of these buildings and say, hey, we need to take a look at this, like, see if it's been ever blocked off before or not, and then go from there. And there was a pizza place that I guess had been a pizza place in this town for like 40 years or whatever. And down in the basement, it was at least hip high, too wide, of 24 packs of Crystal Pepsi from like the 90s. And I remember telling the guy that was there, that was the owner of the place, I was like, dude, you need to pull these out of your basement and slowly sell them on eBay, because this is going to be, this will help you make payroll for a few months, so long as you're cool about it. It's like, oh, you really think somebody'd do that? And I remember having an iPhone, like, early on, and people having just all of the knowledge of the world in their pocket at all times, and pulled up a couple of listings, and he just went, huh, okay. And then, like, a month later, going in there for lunch, and he was like, hey, your lunch is on me today. I sold the first 24 pack of that. And I was like, cool, okay. And then, yeah, seeing 5 cans of a 6-pack going for $75 currently on eBay.
This
he probably did all right for himself.
This is somehow making me sad that Vault is being sold for 120, because Vault is like, I don't even remember this existed until I saw this listing, and I'm like, so listen, this is a C tier, this is a friggin' mid Carter friggin' soda that like nobody remembers. Why are we trying to get 125? Nobody cares about Vault.
Oh, there's somebody out there that really cares about Vault.
I know. I'm kind of just challenging them to appear by saying that. What's the most expensive listings here? I don't want to see all this trash. Show me the high price. This tops out at 150 in shipping. Come on. Okay, no more. Just soda unopened. There we go. I fixed it. Unopened factory error empty Coke Zero can. 32 watchers. That's unfortunate.
What?
You see, the Pepsi can is expensive because you could win 1993 Dangerous Tour Michael Jackson concert tickets.
The top one I can at least kind of understand because that is a maybe knock a couple of decimal places off of that one, but like it's 93, so that's now 32 years old. Plus, it's specifically like overseas and specifically Michael Jackson concert thing. Like I can understand why there's an intersection there. Why then the next one down being $49,000 for what looks like a modern Coca-Cola Zero Sugar can?
Someone forgot to fill it. You see, it weighs a mere whatever that says on the scale. Whereas a quarter weighs this much, thus informing you. Hang on a second. What? Hang on. This is 130 grams. And as you can see, this coin weighs 50 grams. Therefore, $49,000. I get the point they're trying to make, but it's very funny that that's just some of the imagery. The one that gets me, right, because this is like rare, unopened can. They accidentally put a can and didn't put any drink in it. And then right down here, look, for a Coke Zero can with nothing in it. So that seems a bit less rare to me now. I do appreciate that this second one is free delivery, whereas this one look at this, $400,000 plus $65. Just eat the delivery. If someone gives you $400,000 and you're like, so I need $65 to ship this to you, like friggin'
look, if I had this can, okay, and somebody bought it from me for $400,000, that's more than I paid for my house, and I didn't cheap out on the house here. And you're in the U.S., Vertigo City, California, wherever Vertigo City is, somewhere in California. You know what? I'm going to fly to you and hand it to you while somebody else I had fly with me takes the photo.
No, it doesn't take the photo. I'll have my friend vlog the trip, and then I'll post it onto my YouTube channel, monetize the video, and make at least $65. What's this one? The unopened one. 50, yeah, someone was saying if it doesn't weigh anything, why is shipping so much? Armed guard. I mean, I guess you have to pack in such a way that it just doesn't get crushed when you ship it.
Yeah, that'd be a real bummer. I paid $60,000 for this empty Coke Zero can, and they cheaped out on shipping, and somebody sat on the box.
Wait, another factor. How many? This is like a sub. Wait, here's a Coke can unopened, $7,500.
That's a bargain.
Because I mean, I set this by price descending, but like, I mean, is this a subgenre or?
Like, I know that Lego has a very high QA/QC tolerance. Is like the Coca-Cola companies is even higher. Like 4 of these cans got out in Coke Zero Sugar 2024 liveries.
6.
3 of them are currently on eBay. We don't know where the 4th one is.
There's 6 from the 70s for $2,500. Oh, but go to hell! $111 delivery on it. I don't know why that's the part. I'm like this with toys too. Once they hit like this, this guy who sells like a $4 million Black Lotus is like, that'll be $50 shipping. It's just like, you got $4 million.
And then he's just putting it in a penny sleeve and like a folded piece of cardboard.
You got $4 million. You just ship it for free.
Yeah.
My FLGS will ship it to me for free if I buy $20 of singles, okay? I swear if more of these are just unopened, but also empty. It's like, is this just a thing?
Unopened, empty. Oh, the Coke cans are all a bunch of unopened, empty. Unopened, empty. Here's a picture of it. Here it is on a scale. Here's something else. Which then, like, I see on all these buttons, on all these scales, there's a tear button. Which means you put something else that's not quite as heavy on there. You hit tear, you take it off. No. Show me a video of you tearing it out, and then we'll talk. Yeah, this is a take it easy, Optimus Prime. This is not to say, this is our ending tangent, but like, what a screwed up end. The more empty cans. Rare, and why aren't these AFA graded and sealed?
Rare half full. What?
Well, see, that's even more rare than just an empty.
Like, I'm sure this...
And yet it goes for less.
The way that all the photography for this is so uniform. Obviously, this is an existing scene, and we are the outsiders looking in, much like people gawking at someone who collects vintage toys. They're like, whoa, why don't you just play with them? Like, we're the scumbags here. But also, I don't know, something about there's something about the way the titles are written that is just, like, sending me so hard. Mountain Dew unopened 2-liter pitch. I forgot they did pitch black Mountain Dew. So it just looks like motor oil. Wait, what? Okay, hang on. Was that other one empty? Or is this... Hang on. $400,000 plus 65 delivery, right?
Mm-hmm.
This... Okay, it's live in... I guess being live in Singapore is worth 400 times less than live in the UAE. I feel...
Yeah.
I'm now very suspicious of the UAE can, unless that's like a known variant or something. Which it probably, in fact, that actually explains the entire... That probably is the entire explanation. Again, some niche knowledge. Now we've hit the Tetra Pak. This is just a...
See, I'd be more interested in the one above that, with they had the magic cans.
Oh yeah.
Then they had to say like, yo, really don't totally drink this because it turns out we didn't put anything that you should really drink in it. But like, ha ha.
I forgot this was a gimmick.
Or like pop-up money or tickets or drugs or something.
Yeah, Tom bought Juice. It's actually Just Juice. It's a vintage, unopened 1990 Just Juice 250ml box, New Zealand juice packaging, rare, collectible. For 1 second, I thought this said Pixel Dan, and I was about to flip my table over and friggin' march onto YouTube and film a call-out video. But no, it is the Pixel Den. Completely different.
Yeah. All right, it is after 11 o'clock.
All right, yeah, take it.
That needs to be my cutoff point so I can actually work tomorrow. So
Yeah, take it easy, Aaron. Just so everyone knows, we will be back, unless something happens, Thursday to finish this.
Yes.
Unless we don't, in which case we'll be back again Tuesday again. But we're probably going to finish this Thursday, so we'll be back on Thursday.
Yep. And then you and I may need to have a call on Tuesday to figure out how we want to do.
Yeah. Well, so
Saturday.
what do we put in the panel? But yeah, Aaron, you take it easy. Have a good sleep. Have a good morning when it gets to you.
Don't dive too much deeper into sealed but empty soda cans.
I will strive not to.
I think it's just brain and dental rot much further.
I did like the comment, this is no longer juice, this is just wine, and I need to see if there's any other beverages showing up in here. But, yeah, now take it easy, have a good night.
Yep.
Dive too deep. Yeah. Disconnect from that call. Let me click that Aaron is off the line so I can see when this happens visually. Now, where was I? I want to know what the description of this is. I like that they mentioned the flavor, and it has it's a tropical, just so you know. So when you open this up to drink it, it's a tropical flavor, but with an apple base. It is a rare piece of New Zealand beverage history. Yeah, big alternator is going to be part of the slides. Like, given how many of us went, like, I've never seen that before, I think that image might have gotten, probably not lost to time, but probably lost to the current era a little bit. Alright, it's cola. Mountain Dew Baja Deep Dive. Rare limited edition. Where's Bill Moo? This is your. Hey, Bill Moo, you call yourself a Mountain Dew Baja Blast fan. Where's your vintage rare limited edition Baja Mountain Dews? I don't remember seeing those at TFCon. Where's a double? What's the double printed error can? Oh, hi, PC. Oh, this one right here. I see. Yeah, Coca-Cola and root beer on the same. See, this looks more like, I don't know. It's a demonstrable variant compared to, like, I swear to God, when I bought this can, it was empty. Like I said, I'm talking out my ass because I'm sure there is an entire, probably decades-long fandom and collector community built around creating a structure in which one can demonstrably not have simply drained a can. That must be the case. What is Dew Shine? Connor McClure, I have a Dew Shine box I forgot to open from a decade and a half ago. Does it mean I have 585 potentially in the attic? Maybe. I mean, if you put it up for 585, but free shipping, then you're going to outdo whoever Walk Up Family Treasures 1972 is. Like moonshine, but Mountain Dew. But what does it mean? Bees, what's up? I guess this is activating a neuron about Dew. What the hell's douche? Okay, it's like Sprite. Okay. It was kind of sweeter if you can. I mean, in Canada we have no caffeine Mountain Dew, so I've just never liked Mountain Dew. By the time I was exposed to the difference, I already was put off the Canadian one, and then I didn't like sugar in my soda anymore. I only like sucralose and occasional sprinklings of aspartame. 12-pack Mountain Dew Real Sugar, 12 cans, unopened, throwback, $500. Dew Shine was meant to be Crystal Pepsi of Mountain Dew, I think. Oh! Okay. I mean, I get it with Crystal Pepsi because it's a gimmick. With Mountain Dew, that feels like you are just robbing it of its identity, because if Mountain Dew is not some kind of danger sense inducing color or hue, then like what really is it, right? Freddy Funko limited edition NYC soda. I'll go to the bottom of my current scroll bar and then I'll make myself stop. Unless I am in a form of eBay where it will simply keep adding to the bottom of the scroll bar. Pepsi Green! I didn't know they did that. Mega Rare! That's even better than rare. This Funko soda is all over the place. What the... Like... So, I agree with the take that, like, bullying Funko collectors is, like, kind of lowbrow nonsense, right? Like, speaking as someone who just doesn't like Funko as a company, I don't got no time or business or patience for, like, I'm gonna hunt down people who purchase Funkos for pleasure and harass them. But, like, this is the kind of thing where it does make me go, like, this friggin' Funko company. Oh, the can has a blind pack figure in it. Okay, so my aggro is still present, because that means now they're just seeding their nonsense into my wholesome vintage soda search. I thought they meant possible chase flavor. I think I know why, but why are you in here? It's just a colorway, right? Melon soda color. I was about to say, to be fair, again, to demonstrate how fair I am to Funko. You gotta be fair to Funko. I was about to leverage, and I will, the same egg... Oh, no, because it's a color, so actually they get away from this. Funko's still the worst. That's just a color. I was about to say, what are these Tamagotchis doing? Invading my wholesome vintage soda search! There we go, hit the bottom. To be wildly unfair to Funko Company, purveyors of landfill. Now, the landfill thing aside, and the you must purchase a bunch of Funko Pops to get shipments from Diamond Era aside, my main issue with Funko as a company is, to this day, and please tell me if this has changed. There's also there is also the NFT thing. That's not stopping. That's also perma aggro. But leaving that aside, they are a faux art toy company who do not, to my knowledge, have clear artist credits on their packaging. So what's the point of the art toy thing? That's the thing that also kind of said it's like you just put whoever you paid to sculpt the Funko, put their name on the thing, and if their name is on the thing, please tell me. Because I'm sure that, you know, part of the answer is Funko is part of the greater, wider toy industry that has no business nor even any practices for crediting artists. That's a thing that was started by folks like the Four Horsemen and kind of just stays in an indie toy thing, and I say I totally understand. And Funko is a giant powerhouse. They used to have a board game company until that got nuked and a bunch of people lost their jobs. But I feel if they're going to still portray themselves as like, look at our art toys, it's like, okay, then... if you're going to keep calling them Funko Pops, which means pop vinyl, which was an art toy genre, then put the artist name on the goddamn thing! When Funko did I remember that, kind of. Yeah, like, I suspect my issue mostly lies in the same reason why, you know, like a Transformers toy doesn't have a list of you know, designers, sculptors, everything on it as credits, because Funko, despite, you know, the performative appearance of pop vinyl art is not and hasn't been for a long time. But it still irks me. And, you know, nobody from Funko is in trouble or going to suffer for me saying that it irks me, and that's why I hold my petty little grudge. But it is a grudge I hold. And with that, the grudge brings us back to where I must turn off the other Aaron tag. We did it. Oh no, my little strands. I got a haircut yesterday. I'm so happy. I've once again bereft myself. I hate it when this stuff grows out because it gets so friggin' sweaty. So Funko stealing Mighty Mug's Valor. And yeah, I mean, also Funko often is crisscrossed often with FNAF, and then I'm like, I don't like FNAF either. And there are, you know, there are still awkward conversations happening across yet another generation who grew up on a thing, and then it turns out that one of the main benefactors of the thing kind of sucks. I don't know why, because I at the top of my head needs this to protect it from the sun. Also, it looks nice. I like it. I like it when I can do this. I also finally remembered how to describe my haircut to the guy who did my hair, and then as I described, he's like, "Oh, like last time," and I was like, "He remembers me." But yeah, we will be back on Thursday. FNAF is Harry Potter for Zoomers lol for... Yeah, that's basically where I was going, chicken soup. But yeah, we're going to be back with the news dive on Thursday, and we're probably going to finish it. I can't imagine. Did anything horrific happen in the final 45 days of 2005? We need to end this Vangelist stream so I can watch the Vangelist video and that Vangelist podcast. Yeah, listen. Shouts out to all the Vangelist hobbyists out there. No way the tsunami was 05. I can't remember now. Oh, no. Oh, crap. Maybe you're right. No, okay, no, it was 2004. Okay, yeah. Right, yeah, we're all... I think we're okay. By the way, I got personal updates, by the way, as I go and dig up my music folder. I'm gonna grade my Vangelist comic. Good. My things should be valuable, because they are good and worth owning. I was editing across the street for a little bit today. When was Katrina? Katrina was earlier in 05. Katrina and Rita already happened. Rita was the other one? We already had those in previous streams. We already had front page news items about those come up in previous streams. Also, Tonbot, as the example, how many times do you genuinely get to say somebody, oh, no, Hurricane Katrina already happened? Podcast, so a new episode of podcast just went up. I believe it is going to get a little bit tweaked. So if you are wanting to wait a bit, I'm just giving, whatever final tweak version, I'll just upload in place of the other one. I assume that just works with the way that stuff gets, just because all that stuff is coming back to the same server anyway at the end of the day. The podcast news though is thanks to Bees doing the legwork. The podcast is now listed on Spotify for those who keep wanting us to have it listed on Spotify. So it is there now. Also, yes, July-Julus is the new Toy Hacks code. After this is done, I'm going to go and do the socials posts for that, so it's up on my Blue Sky and everywhere else. I was across the street. I was editing the hard bits for the Adamus Machina Rodimus video. So that's going to be review number 169. Before that, I've written a third of the script. I might squeeze in a Studio Series Scrapper video. Partly because that's another easy one to stick a Toy Hacks plug on. But also, I just want to keep my plates spinning. And then number 170 is going to be Dia Battles V2. I'm into the part now where I'm filming the Nightmare section on that, which is the back half of the video, which is all the other modes, and then Cosmo Battles and all the modes with that, and then the White Space repaint and all of its modes. That part's going to be fast, but it's going to take the longest to film, because there's a part where I'm just like, it can also do this mode, and this mode, and this mode, and it's just going to be like crossfading, but every single one of those crossfades is going to have like 10 minutes in between of me having to transform the goddamn thing for one shot. Anyway. You should cater to the true fans and make more Bumblebee reviews. So, I noticed someone who was Jack on the Diaclona Discord was like, "Oh, I got the 2020, I got the Studio Series TF1 Bumblebee and the Devastation Optimus on discount." I was like, "Oh, the A levels on discount," and I realized, outside of seeing Devastation Optimus once at a GameStop, much like 2024, I have yet to see one of the vaunted A-level deluxes on a single retail shelf except one time at a GameStop. So I got this suspicion that the A-level thing simply does not deploy to Canada. So if TF1 Bumblebee and Devastation Optimus dip to like $10, that would be super cool. There's so many. I don't see them here. I genuinely got this feeling like in Canada we just aren't doing the A-level distro. But it's having this reverse effect where I also simply never see A-level deluxes. Except once I saw an SS86 Bumblebee at a Best Buy, along with some A-level Black Series stuff, but they wanted 45 Canadian dollars for the Bumblebee. So that doesn't help. But I'm paying for the sins of getting Wave 2 of everything early last year already. I already paid for my sins. I just want more sins now. I want to just be a sinner. For free. I paid for Vortex last year. You can't do this to me. Unless I'm like getting Onslaught and Swindle and Brawl like for Christmas. This is not an This is an uneven level of karmatic whiplash going on here. They should just let me be a sinner, okay? I'd be super good at it. Because then here's the long game, right? If I end up in hell somehow, even though I was christened and I'm not supposed to, then I'll be all prepped to go like, no, actually, I'm so good at I'm just going to take over. Like, hey, Grandpa, why don't you retire, old man? And then, the aggregate Satan devil will be like, damn, you're right. I've been at this too long. It's all yours. And he'll hand me the keys to the castle. And then, hell's going to be pretty cool. And that's going to be the secret. It's going to be like, no, we tell everyone it sucks here. You get in the secret club. Anyway, that's the long game. No spoilers. Can you work some stolen Vietnamese? Listen, the Shadow Syndicate. My wants. When I have bratty wants, I have the maturity to know that they aren't worth the price and the consequences of activating the Shadow Syndicate. I have emotional maturity, even if I have material immaturity. What does it mean if the devil uses damn as a curse? Yeah, hey, you know what? Once we get Hell 2 up and running, come on down and find out. We're going to have that one in the guidebook. But yeah, Hell 2 is going to kick ass. That's what we're going to call it, by the way. It's going to be called Hell 2. Not a Roman numeral either. We're not doing all that pretentious Roman numeric nonsense. It's going to be a big old neon number 2 with the wavy bit. Not even a duh. It's going to be a duh. It's going to be a cursive 2. No comment on which testament we snuck the guidebook into, but we're very proud of our work and we're glad that all the fans like it. I'm a hell Gen 1er. Saw these freaking biblical painting devils while marching around. Signs going like, bring back G1L. What a great time. Oh, I can preset the volume. I always forget that part. What a great time. go in the folder and hit the button like that. Hey, thanks for checking out this stream. We had fun doing it, and I hope that you had fun checking it with your eyes and or your ears and or your tongue. We're going to be back on Thursday with more news diving, so come by, check that out if you can. I'm going to be getting some review stuff hopefully done so as I have all my plates spinning even as TFCon Toronto is happening. If you're going to TFCon Toronto, check out what sounds like the news dive panel, what sounds like the next iteration of Why Do We Enjoy the Toy, I think. Or just come and say hello. You know, if it's no big deal for your luggage, bring a Magic the Gathering deck. I don't know, bring a Transformers TCG deck. It's gonna be people doing that thing. Bring the deck building game if it's no trouble. But I think if like 3 people bring the deck building game, it's gonna get kind of weird. Yeah. Also, as always, make some clips with the scissors button that is kind of hidden on YouTube. Drop some time codes in the comments. If someone else has done it already, I don't know, take a look, but like, don't feel bad if like people double up. It's fine. It doesn't matter. And more time codes, the merrier. Hey, T-Fan-Page 101, welcome to the stream. We've got big updates on the news, and I hope you're ready for it, because here they come. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. What? Hold up. What? What? When did this happen? TFW 2005 user Ultra Convoy went through the effort of vac metalizing an Optimus Primal to pass off as a lucky draw figure. Ended up selling it for $1,800 and scamming a guy, getting him permabanned from TFW. It looks really cool, though. Huh? This just happened. Huh? I mean, pretty good job. Pretty good job.
Let them come.